Chapter 15-16. It looks interesting, Gu Nianji said with interest. She rested her cheek on one hand and tilted her head in front of Xiao Zhang to watch the socialite gossip with her. When she saw that Wen Shuyi was also among the socialites in a white LV suit, Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and pointed at her photo. This person is also a socialite. She had thought that socialites had to be girls from prominent families. Of course. Xiao Zhang poked at the photo on the iPad with her finger. She's amazing. I heard that she's Dean Qin's goddaughter. She graduated from Harvard Law School and is the youngest director of the military. She's also Major General He's personal secretary. Although Wen Shuyi was no longer He Zhichu's personal secretary, the general public still didn't know about this. Gu Nianji scoffed. Dean Qin's goddaughter. Really? That's what they all say because Dean Qin has brought her to some upper-class banquets. Maybe she's his assistant. Xiao Zhang seemed to remember something and took out her phone. Let me show you my collection. I can't even bear to use it as wallpaper. She took out a photo from her phone album and showed it to Gu Nianji as if she was showing off a treasure. See? This is the only photo of Major General He that has appeared on the internet. You don't know how many ignorant girls you've captured. It was a photo of He Zhichu at work when he was promoted. The young Major General was in high spirits. He faced the camera silently and indifferently. His almond-shaped eyes were as deep as the sea and as dark as the night. He didn't say a word, but he could make people plunge into his deep eyes and drown in them. Gu Nianji looked up at Xiao Zhang. Are you also one of the ignorant girls? I used to be. Xiao Zhang corrected her. When I was young and ignorant, I was his brainless fan. But when I grew up, I knew that I couldn't be Mrs. He, so I hid my love deep and didn't let anyone know. Gu Nianji looked at her again. Don't let anyone know. She pointed at herself. I'm not anyone. Xiao Zhang giggled. Of course you're not anyone. You're my boss and my breadwinner. How can you be anyone? Lawyer Gu, to be honest, Major General He has been keeping a low profile all these years. He hasn't shown his face in 3 or 4 years. We brainless fans have already climbed the wall. Gu Nianji. Come, Lawyer Gu, do you want to join the Major General He's brainless fan club with me? Xiao Zhang pretended to be serious and reached out his hand to her. I'm the founder. I'll be your president. Gu Nianji giggled and said, that's not necessary. You can be his fan yourself. Don't you think he's very, very handsome? Little Zhang was surprised. Let's not talk about this uniform anymore. I'm a fan of uniforms. I know that. I've already given up on treatment. Just his looks and his abilities are enough to make you fall into a trap, right? How can you be so cruel as to reject him? Gu Nianji replied leisurely, he's quite handsome, but I'm already someone else's hardcore fan. I'm completely loyal to him. TSK, you only know how to brag. Is there anyone more handsome than General He? Xiao Zhang didn't believe him at all. He rolled his eyes and said, all right, you lawyers are so good at talking. It would be strange if I could hear the truth from your mouths. You're worth teaching. Gu Nianji patted her head and walked back to her office with a smile. Because their law firm had obtained the Lu Corporation's contract, they were expanding their business. The first thing they did was rent an office on the 11th floor. They were no longer the small law firm with only 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. They now occupied a quarter of the 11th floor and had about 10 rooms. Of course, Gu Nianji had her own office. She had already been promoted to partner. After entering her office, the smile on Gu Nianji's face fell. She sat back at her desk and stared at the 3 computer screens in front of her in a daze. Xie Qingying. She didn't expect Xie Qingying to be here too. She didn't stop for long before her phone rang. Gu Nianji looked at it. It was He Jichu calling. She took the phone and answered the call. She joked, "Young Master He, we still have your brainless fan here." He Jichu. He wasn't used to it. Gu Nianji chuckled. "How have you been? What's the matter?" He Jichu came back to his senses and said, "Your birthday is coming up. How do you want to celebrate it?" Gu Nianji looked at her schedule and said lazily, "I won't be able to celebrate it this year. I'm going to H City. On my birthday, I'm going to attend the Lu Corporation celebration party there." The Lu Corporation celebration party. He Jichu frowned. "Can't you not go?" "No." Gu Nianji objected clumsily. "I have to go. There are so many celebrities and socialites. I want to go and watch the show." He Jichu knew that Gu Nianji wasn't someone who liked to watch such shows, but since she said she wanted to go, she had to go. How could He Jichu not let her go? He sighed. "Then I'll come to C City early to celebrate your birthday. There's no need to trouble yourself," Gu Nianji said with a smile. "Actually, birthdays are celebrated every year. It's fine to celebrate once in a while." She chatted with He Jichu for a while and thought of Xie Qingying and Wen Shui, who she had just gossiped with Xiao Zhang. She smiled and teased, "I didn't expect young Master He's personal secretary to be a socialite. Socialite one really likes to be in the limelight at social events. I saw that her socialite ranking is even higher than Prime Minister Xie's niece, Xie Qingying." He Jichu didn't care about Wen Shui at all. He immediately said, "She's no longer my personal secretary." "I know, but others don't." Gu Nianji shrugged. "Alright, I was just saying it casually. She's not among the socialites invited by the Lu Corporation this time." "Are they well informed and already know?" "How would I know?" He Jichu said as he turned on his computer and searched for news about the Lu Corporation celebration party. He saw Xie Qingying's name in the string of sparkling names and couldn't help but pause for a moment. After hanging up the phone, He Jichu sat in his office for a while. He felt a little uneasy and decided to ask He Qingjian. "Dad, when I sent the news back, you investigated the Huo family, right?" He Jichu sat in He Qingjian's study and asked in a low voice. "I did. I searched the whole country for 3 years, but there was no Huo Xuanong or Huo Guanchen. Of course, there was no Huo Shaoheng." "What's wrong?" He Qingjian raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Are you worried that Gu Nianji will fall in love with someone else because Huo Shaoheng is also here?" He Jichu shook his head. "I don't think Nianji will fall in love with someone else even if Huo Shaoheng is here. After all, Huo Shaoheng here isn't the Huo Shaoheng over there, even if he looks exactly the same. If she really wanted to fall in love with someone else, she would only fall in love with him, not a substitute." After a pause, he added, "Nianji isn't a person who looks at appearances." Actually, he knew that Gu Nianji was a person who looked at appearances, but he absolutely couldn't admit it in front of He Qingjian. He Qingjian laughed. "Then what are you worried about?" "Actually, it's pretty good to have Huo Shaoheng here. He can't come over there. As soon as he comes over, both of them will die. Wouldn't that be the end of it?" He Jichu couldn't tell what he was feeling. He took a deep breath and asked, "What about the Xie family? Have you checked on the Xie family?" He knew that Huo Shaoheng's grandmother was Xie Xian, the eldest daughter of the Xie family. This person. He Qingjian frowned. To be honest, this person isn't easy to check, because even the Xie family might not know her whereabouts. He Jichu's heart tightened. "What do you mean?" "She left the Xie family in her early years and joined the revolution. Later, she went to the Soviet Union. There, she happened to encounter the Germans invading the Soviet Union, and there was no news of her after that. She hasn't contacted the Xie family for so many years, and they already think of her as a dead person. He Qingjian put on his reading glasses. Let me show you the information I found. He Jichu read through it quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. She probably died in the war. After all, that war had almost wiped out the entire population of that city in the Soviet Union. After a few days, the day to go to H city approached. Xiao Zhang wanted to buy a few gowns for formal occasions. She didn't want to take a lunch break at noon, so she dragged Gu Nianji shopping. Gu Nianji didn't want to dress up too grandly. Besides, He Jichu had already bought her gowns for all seasons. She could just choose a low-key one when the time came. However, there was a large shopping mall next to the Lu Corporation building. It wouldn't be bad to go shopping at noon as a way to digest her food. She chatted and laughed with Xiao Zhang as they walked out of the Lu Corporation building. Suddenly, a man in casual clothes walked over and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, someone is here to see you. This way, please." Gu Nianji looked up at the direction the man was pointing in. She saw a bulletproof car parked by the side of the road. It looked ordinary, but the license plate wasn't something an ordinary person could use. She walked over, and the brown car window slowly rolled down. He Jichu smiled at her. Gu Nianji quickly turned around and said to Xiao Zhang, "My friend came to see me from the capital. I can't accompany you to buy a gown." It's okay. Lawyer Gu, please help yourself." Xiao Zhang shrunk his neck when he was stared at by the man in casual clothes. He felt uncomfortable and immediately slipped away. Gu Nianji said to He Jichu, "I still have to work in the afternoon. Apply for leave." He Jichu raised an eyebrow. "I came specially to accompany you and celebrate your birthday in advance." Gu Nianji was stunned and nodded. "Then I'll go apply for leave and get my bag." She returned to the law firm and told Lawyer Jean that a relative had come to visit her from the capital and that she wanted to apply for half a day's leave. Lawyer Jean agreed and reminded her, "You're going to H City the day after tomorrow. Have you gotten your plane ticket? And your passport? I've helped you apply for a pass. You can also go to M City. You'll get it in the afternoon." "Thank you, Lawyer Jean." Gu Nianji was very grateful to Lawyer Jean. He had taken good care of her. "I'll come to work tomorrow. Give me the pass." "Okay, go ahead. Entertain your relatives well." Lawyer Jean smiled and waved his hand. He lowered his head and continued to look at the resumes of the people who had come to apply for the job. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1505, I'm loyal to him. Yes, next is the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. There's an update for my moderator, Meow Little Meow, at 8 p.m. because I've been threatened. If I don't add updates for her, I won't be able to pet the cat Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1517. He Jichu took Gu Nianji to the best top-floor revolving restaurant in H City for dinner. He had booked the entire floor of the restaurant. There were only the two of them in the empty and vast space. In the dining room, a female pianist in a long skirt was playing an elegant and beautiful piano piece, accompanied by a handsome violinist. He Jichu had ordered the dishes a few days in advance. The red lobsters from Australia, the famous blue crabs from Maryland in the United States, the golden king crabs from Alaska, the wild Arctic shells from the deep sea of the North Atlantic, and the geoduck clams from British Columbia in Canada were all alive before they were served. Seafood, eating was all about freshness. Gu Nianji's tastes were very similar to He Jichu's. Although she didn't really want to celebrate her birthday, the delicacies quickly dispelled her gloomy mood and she ate happily. It was best to eat seafood with white wine. It could both enhance the taste and kill bacteria. Gu Nianji wasn't old enough yet, so He Jichu didn't let her drink. He only ordered a glass of water for her without ice. This way, it wouldn't ruin the original taste of the seafood. He ordered a bottle of Scottish Pomeward Island Dollows whiskey and slowly ate with her. Young master you're so considerate. Gu Nianji picked up her glass of water. I'll use water instead of wine to toast young master He Jichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed. He leisurely raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Girl. Gu Nianji ignored the affection in his tone and smiled. I'm still a few days away from turning 20. Don't make me sound old. He Jichu, he looked at her unhappily and lowered his head to take another sip of whiskey. His tone was indifferent with the unique coolness of whiskey. I originally booked this meal on your birthday, but you're going to H City. I won't be able to accompany you on your birthday since you're going to H City. Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. You go ahead and do your thing. My trip to H City will be considered a vacation. Don't worry about me. When are you going? I've already booked the plane tickets. It's the day after tomorrow. Gu Nianji was very eager to talk to Xie Qingying. Jean Dazhuang also applied for a pass for me. I can go to H City and M City at any time. I heard that after the celebration party, there'll be an after-party at M City's casino. M City was known as the Las Vegas of the East, and gambling was their main industry. After a sumptuous seafood feast, a chef wearing a white tall hat pushed a cake cart over. There was a 9-tiered pagoda-shaped cake in the car. It was beautiful. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She pointed at the little beauty on the cake and said, I want this little person. It's mine. He Jichu curled his lips. It was made according to your appearance, so of course it's yours. The little doll had big eyes and an oval face. She had delicate dimples on the corners of her lips, and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. She was beautiful and lively, and indeed looked better than the dolls that Gu Nianji had played with as a child. The chef took the little beauty off the cake and gave it to Gu Nianji. He Jichu took out his birthday present, a familiar pink diamond crown, and put it on Gu Nianji's head. Happy birthday! He leaned down and kissed Gu Nianji on the cheek very naturally. Gu Nianji smiled, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. She looked at herself in the mirror in the dining room and realized that the pink diamond crown was exactly the same as the one she had in the other world. Did my father buy this for me too? Gu Nianji asked nervously. He Jichu shook his head. This is one of my betrothal gifts. My mother gave it to you when the two families were discussing the engagement. How old was she at that time? Gu Nianji, then she couldn't accept it. Gu Nianji was about to take off the pink diamond crown when He Jichu pressed her hand down. It's not a betrothal gift now. It's a birthday present from me to you. But it's too expensive. Gu Nianji still wanted to take it off. I don't have anywhere to put it here. What if I lose it? You should take it back and put it at your house. He Jichu thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded. Then put it on and take a picture with me. I'll take it back. Okay. Gu Nianji agreed with a smile. She moved closer to stand beside He Jichu and asked his personal secretary to take a few photos of them. Gu Nianji picked the best photos and sent them to her phone. After eating a piece of cake, Gu Nianji couldn't eat anymore. Looking at the remaining cake that was like a small mountain, Gu Nianji said with a bitter expression, what about the rest of the cake? You can give it to someone to eat. He Jichu waved his hand and asked his personal secretary to pay the bill. Gu Nianji was happy. Can you get someone here to send it to my company? I'll also send one to President Liu and Director Zhao. Director Zhao. He Jichu gave a half smile. Is it Zhao Liangzi? He knew Zhao Liangzi from the other side, and he also knew that Zhao Liangzi didn't join the army but was the technical director of the Liu Corporation. Gu Nianji didn't hide it. Yes, it's him. Although he doesn't know me, he treats me well. The two of them ate for 2 to 3 hours. After dinner, Hijichu took a private plane back to the imperial capital. It was already dark when he returned to the imperial capital. When he came out of the airport and passed the intersection of the imperial capital's third ring road, he glanced at the traffic lights there. This was originally the coordinates where he had picked up Nianji, but for some reason, the magnetic field suddenly became chaotic and the coordinates failed. Qin Jining didn't directly return Gu Nianji to the intersection. Instead, he landed on the Caribbean Sea Snake Island thousands of miles away. Hijichu felt that there was something wrong with this. However, after the scientists on their side checked, they kept saying that the magnetic resonance device had malfunctioned, which was why the coordinates were wrong. However, they had used the magnetic resonance device so many times without any problems. Why did it malfunction when they picked up Gu Nianji? Hijichu quietly looked at the intersection of the imperial capital's third ring road until it disappeared from his sight. At that moment, in the same place on the other side of the world, Hua Xiaoheng was walking alone on the sidewalk beside the third ring road with little Corgi on a dog leash. It was already the end of October. It had been almost 2 months since Gu Nianji had been kidnapped. The leaves of the maple trees by the roadside began to turn red, like umbrellas. In front of them was the intersection where Gu Nianji had disappeared. It was still bustling with traffic and bustling with activity. The moonlight was hazy, and the stars twinkled in the sky. A few young couples walked past him, humming softly. It was a song he had been listening to recently, If Love Had Providence. When we were young, we once thought that those who loved each other could last forever, when we believed that deep in love, we were together, that we could not hear the sigh in the wind. Who knows what love is? A short encounter, but we can't forget. After spending our entire lives, we can't learn to forget. Now that we're far apart, we live like the people around us. The person in front of me gives me the most trust and dependence. I hope you're treated gently. How many times have I been in a daze? It's as if I can see you in the sea of people. Vaguely, you've appeared. Hua Xiaoheng was in a daze for a moment. He seemed to see Gu Nianji running towards him with a smile. She hugged his arm and kept complaining, Major General Hua, why are you only here now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. He stopped in his tracks and looked ahead quietly. Suddenly, he was in so much pain that he sat down silently on a bench by the side of the road. The little corgi, Ku, barked at the intersection. Its little short legs jumped and jumped. It wanted nothing more than to rush to the middle of the intersection and bring its mistress back. He sat there until the sky turned white before he got up and left. When he returned to the official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, he saw that the ginkgo tree in front of the door was covered in golden leaves that looked like small fans. Nianji had once used these leaves in her book as bookmarks. Now that the ground was covered in leaves, no one picked them up to make bookmarks anymore. After returning to his room, he changed his clothes and went to Gu Nianji's room to sit for a while. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the treehouse he had built for Gu Nianji. At that time, she loved this treehouse so much that she stayed in it day and night. She even said that she wanted to watch the bird's nest on the tree to prevent it from occupying the magpie's nest. Now that he thought about it, she must have had a premonition, right? Little Nianji, who had died young, was here, so where did she come from? The tree house was still there, but Nianji was nowhere to be found. Little Corgi squatted at the entrance of the base every day, waiting anxiously, but he couldn't wait for his mistress to return. Hua Xiaoheng stood up silently and went back to his room. There were 2 pairs of slippers on the shoe rack at the door. One was big and the other was small. They were a couple's style. Gu Nianji had put them there. He went to the bathroom to wash up and prepare to rest. He saw that there were her usual facial cleansers, creams, and all kinds of powders and essences on the bathroom counter. The bottles and jars of all sizes were neatly arranged according to their height. His eyes dimmed. Lying on the bed, he casually flipped through the black t-shirt pajamas under Gu Nianji's pillow. She had secretly hidden his clothes, thinking that he didn't know. More than half of the closet was filled with her clothes, shoes, and bags. These things appeared by his side all the time, reminding him that there was once such a person who loved him like life itself. That day, Hu Xiaoheng went to the bathroom to wash up in the morning. He seemed to hear the sound of a woman playing around in the bedroom. He subconsciously said, "Nianji, it's time to get up." After saying that, he realized that she was no longer there. He didn't know where she had gone. After holding back for so long, he finally couldn't suppress his emotions anymore. He turned on the faucet and let the water flow. With both hands on the bathroom counter, he buried his head for a long time. His shoulders trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to look at the changes in the mirror. Hu Xiaoheng thought that he couldn't continue living like this as if nothing had happened. He changed into his military uniform and saluted in the mirror. Then, he drove alone to General Ji's house and asked to see him. "Xiaoheng, what's the matter?" Hu Xiaoheng's serious expression made General Ji very uneasy. "General Ji, it's been almost 2 months since Nianji went missing. Her birthday is in a week." Hu Xiaoheng enunciated each word slowly. General Ji was stunned. "But we're still looking." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and continued, "I've thought about it for a long time. From the first day I saw her, she has been by my side for so many years. Rather than saying that I took care of her, it would be more accurate to say that she and I depended on each other. But ever since she got together with me, for the country and the troops, I've put her before the interests of the country, the troops, and even my comrades time and time again. I'm not complaining, nor am I regretting it. As long as I wear a military uniform for a day, I'll do the same. Even if she stood in front of me today, I'd say the same to her. But now, she's gone. It's like she never appeared. She's disappeared. I can no longer do anything, let alone fulfill my duties as a soldier. So, General Ji, I want to retire. After I take off this military uniform, I can put her first. I can see her as more important than anything else in my life, including my own life. I'm asking you to approve my application for retirement." Hu Xiaoheng stood upright in front of General Ji. The expression on his face was firm and unwavering. It was obvious that he had thought it through and was not acting on a whim. General Ji also looked at him for a long time. "Xiaoheng, what do you think our country and our troops are? You've risked your life for our country and our troops for so many years. We will never stand by and watch you bleed, cry, and be heartbroken. Go find her, but don't retire. I will help you with all my strength. Our country, our troops, will use all our strength to help you find her. We will be your strong support." This is today's second update. Moderator Meow Little Meow has added an update, Chapter 1506, I hope you are treated gently. Well, next is the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly and recommendation tickets over. You can continue to pet the cat happily moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1518. Hu Xiaoheng had been in the military for so many years. After making this decision, he was mentally prepared to give up everything. However, he did not expect that not only did General Ji not stop him, but he also strongly supported him in finding Nianji. What was even rarer was that he did not have to retire from the military. Even Hu Xiaoheng, who had always been calm and collected, was shocked speechless. He looked up at General Ji in disbelief. General Ji patted his shoulder and sighed. "Now that things have come to this, I think it's time to tell you some things." The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched. "I don't understand." General Ji picked up the red phone in the study and dialed a few numbers before saying to Hu Xiaoheng, "Let's go to the small meeting room of the standing committee." This small conference room had a level of security that was no less than that of the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. In a way, it was even better than the central control room. Because here, it was humans who made the important decisions, not machines. Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed General Ji to the small meeting room of the Standing Committee. There were already 6 other Standing Committee members waiting there. There was also someone Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect, his mother, Song Jining. "Miss Song, why are you here?" Hu Xiaoheng frowned and looked at her, then at the 7 Standing Committee members in the small conference room. There were a total of 15 Standing Committee members in the Huaxia Imperial Military Supreme Council, but 7 of them had a higher security level than the other 8. They were considered Standing Committee members among the Standing Committee members. The Empire's greatest secret was held by these 7 members of the Standing Committee. Even his father, Huo Guanchen, one of the 15 members of the Standing Committee, wasn't here. Therefore, Song Jining's appearance was a complete surprise to Hu Xiaoheng. Song Jining was extremely beautiful and had the charm of someone much younger than her age. However, her current expression was very serious, completely lacking her usual relaxed and easygoing demeanor. She also glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and looked at General Ji inquiringly. "General Ji, what do you mean? Is Xiaoheng's security clearance high enough?" On this matter, I discussed it with the other 6 members of the Standing Committee and decided to give him special permission. General Ji nodded and extended his hand. "Everyone, please sit." The people in the room sat down around the round conference table. The 7 Standing Committee members, plus Song Jining and Hu Xiaoheng, made up a total of 9 people sitting around the round table. General Ji cleared his throat and was the first to speak. "It's like this. Today, Xiaoheng came to me and requested to be discharged from the army." Song Jining turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. She knew that in her son's heart, the interests of the country and the army were above everything else. Why would he take the initiative to retire? Hu Xiaoheng sat upright in his chair. He knew that everyone was looking at him. His eyes were slightly lowered, and he was as still as a mountain. General Ji continued. "Because he wanted to find Gu Nianji." Song Jining heaved a sigh of relief. So that was how it was. She sat next to Hu Xiaoheng and quietly reached out to hold Hu Xiaoheng's hand tightly as if she was cheering him on. Hu Xiaoheng returned the handshake to express his gratitude. He let go of Song Jining's hand without batting an eyelid, his expression unchanged. General Ji glanced at the other members of the Standing Committee, then looked at Song Jining and said, "Of course I don't agree with Xiaoheng's retirement. Besides, he's going to look for Gu Nianji. This matter doesn't conflict with his duties." Hu Xiaoheng. To him, looking for Gu Nianji was because he loved her. It was his private matter. How could it not conflict with his duties? Song Jining received General Ji's look and said, "So, you all agree to let Xiaoheng know about this?" Everyone nodded in unison. Song Jining turned on the laptop she had brought and connected it to the big screen in the small conference room. She said, "Then I'll say it." Hu Xiaoheng's gaze moved to the big screen with a slightly puzzled expression. "Xiaoheng, you know that the military worked with our Institute of High Energy Physics 17 years ago to conduct a magnetic field experiment. Do you know what the purpose was?" Song Jining looked at him seriously, with the sharpness and rigor of her usual experiments. Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, "For energy." Generally speaking, when everyone heard the concept of a high-energy magnetic field, they would think of an emerging energy source. It was efficient, environmentally friendly, renewable, and sustainable. Yes and no. Song Jining pointed the laser pen in her hand at the big screen and said very calmly, "The emerging energy source is only a byproduct of the high-energy magnetic field research. In fact, our laboratory and the military worked together to start the high-energy magnetic field experiment, mainly to produce magnetic field resonance and open a path to parallel. The passage to the universe. Parallel universe." Hu Xiaoheng suddenly raised his head. His deep eyes were mixed with wildness and unbridled, like a sleeping tiger that had suddenly been awakened. There really is a parallel space. How did you think of starting this experiment? Who else knows about this secret experiment? What about Bai Genie? Does she know? Hu Xiaoheng had undergone many years of professional training, and his sense of confidentiality was deeply rooted in his bones. As soon as he heard the true purpose of the experiment, he immediately thought of the possibility of a leak. Song Jining was familiar with the contents of the experiment, but she didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng had asked. Therefore, General Ji took over the topic and spoke with confidence. The start of this experiment was first proposed by your uncle, Senior Colonel Hu Guanyuan. At that time, he didn't say where he got the information from, but now we know that it was Gu Xiangguan who contacted him and told him that 2 countries were already conducting high-energy magnetic field experiments in this area. These 2 countries were the United States and Japan. Since they have already started this experiment, we can't fall behind. Due to well-known reasons, among these 2 countries, the United States is fine, but Japan is very alarming. If Japan finds the passage to the parallel space first, it might mean another tragic fate of falling behind and being beaten up for our country. And our country and people can no longer withstand such 100 years of devastation. Therefore, after the military received the news, they sent many people to the United States and Japan to investigate. After losing dozens of elite field personnel, they finally found that this information was true. For example, Japan has the famous high-energy physicist Ishihara Bai-san leading this magnetic field experiment. Needless to say, the United States is led by all the leading physicists. Under these circumstances, we decided to start this project. At that time, because this experiment was very likely related to the survival of our country for the next 100 years, we listed it as Top Secret Plan A. Among all the top secrets, this was the top one, and it was stipulated that the person who knew this information must be a member of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, which is the 7-member group. In addition, the military sent a liaison person to cooperate with the Institute of High Energy Physics, which is your uncle, Wu Guanyuan, and the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. In other words, the number of people who know this information will always be a maximum of 9 people, not 1 more. Our 7-member group is the Standing Committee of the Standing Committee. We are all lifelong, so we don't have to worry about leaks. The first liaison person was Hu Guanyuan, and this plan was proposed by him. Of course, we don't have to worry about him leaking information. At that time, the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Haichuan, was only told the truth after a strict assessment. We also set up a strict assessment procedure to assess the second liaison person and the second director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Later, as you know, the experiment failed. The magnetic resonance caused a huge amount of energy to be uncontrollable. In the end, it led to a big explosion, which almost razed the entire experimental building to the ground. Other than your mother, Song Jining, all the experimenters, experimental equipment, and experimental records inside were lost. Later, when the bodies were counted, we found that your uncle, Wu Guanyuan, and 4 soldiers had disappeared without a trace. And your mother's brain also fell into a state of mental disorder due to the impact of the magnetic field explosion, and she forgot a large part of her memories. Under these circumstances, we sealed the truth of the experiment. Later, Bai Genie took over as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. She failed our assessment, so we didn't tell her the truth about the magnetic field experiment. She didn't know what these magnetic field experiments were for, so she turned the experiment in the direction of using high-energy magnetic field experiments to study new energy sources. It wasn't until your mother recovered from her illness and took over as the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. She found some experimental notes left by your grandfather, Song Haichuan, at home and asked us for confirmation. That's why we restarted her assessment. Fortunately, Director Song passed our assessment, so the 7 of us told her the truth about the experiment and decrypted the top secret plan. Director Song didn't let us down. He really kept this secret. Even when his own son was in great trouble, he didn't reveal anything. General Ji sincerely praised Song Jinning's ability to keep secrets. Hu Xiaoheng's profession was intelligence and confidentiality, so he didn't have the slightest resentment towards Song Jinning. Public was public and private was private. He was very clear about that. Hearing this, Hu Xiaoheng had some ideas. He asked calmly. So, does all of this have anything to do with Nianji's disappearance? I think you already understand. When I was reporting this discovery, I had already reported it to the 7-member group of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council, Song Jinning said calmly. At that time, when I was examining the video of the intersection of the Third Ring Road, I found traces of magnetic resonance. Hu Xiaoheng's pupils suddenly constricted. The doubts in his heart had been confirmed. His hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly under the conference table, and his heart pounded. General Ji nodded. At that time, Director Song made a separate report to the 7 of us. She inferred that Gu Nianji should have been abducted to the parallel space on the opposite side. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1507, An Unexpected Accident. Happy New Year to everyone on the first day of the new year. Yes, next is the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. At 8:00 in the evening, there will be an update from my moderator, Momo Moshi. I have no choice. She threatened to abduct me if I don't add updates for her PS. Thank you, Sing_Sing, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you, Little One Kiss, for the 10,000 Chidian coins this morning. Congratulations to Little One Kiss for becoming the 27th leader of the Great Major General. Moi, Little Angels. Chapter 1519. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes as if his worst guess had been confirmed, and the other shoe on his head had truly fallen to the ground. In his shock, he was also trying his best to digest this shocking news. The conference room was silent. After a long time, Hu Xiaoheng opened his eyes and said calmly. Then how can we go to the parallel space on the other side? Theoretically, as long as the magnetic field on our side resonates at the same frequency as the magnetic field on the other side, the space on both sides can open a passage. Song Jinning used her laptop to demonstrate the opening of the spatial passage on both sides. But for us, this is just theory. In fact, we've never succeeded. She paused and continued, from the looks of it, the other dimension has already mastered this technology very well. This is the difference between us. How could he not be proficient when he could kidnap someone from their side? It could be imagined that the other space was a world with much higher technology than theirs. For them, it was almost a crushing existence. General Ji looked at Hu Xiaoheng's disappointed expression and couldn't bear it. He immediately said, Director Song, didn't you say a few days ago that you had a huge breakthrough in the research of high-energy magnetic fields? Yes, it is indeed a huge breakthrough compared to 17 years ago. Song Jinning tilted her head and pondered. But this breakthrough hasn't been tested. I can't guarantee complete success. She looked at everyone in the small conference room and said slowly, Do you still remember the consequences of the failure of the last experiment? Can we afford another failure like this? Even many times. The 7 members of the standing committee in the small conference room weren't ordinary people, but even they felt uneasy when they thought of the huge explosion 17 years ago. Hu Xiaoheng was anxious inside, but he maintained his composure on the surface. He said calmly, It's okay. If there are still sacrifices to be made, it starts with me. Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng. General Ji and Song Jinning yelled at the same time, What are you saying? I'm telling you the truth. Hu Xiaoheng looked sharply at Song Jinning and General Ji. What's the point of this technology if we don't experiment and forever remain in a computer demonstration? Don't tell me you can get into the other dimension from the computer. Song Jining choked and frowned. I didn't say I wouldn't do the experiment. I am only reminding you of the sacrifices and losses you may face. It's not insurmountable. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. Last time, you didn't control the energy of the magnetic resonance well and directly blew up the laboratory. This time, we can conduct the experiment in the wild. This way, even if there is an explosion, only a few people participating in the experiment will be affected. I'm signing up to be the first batch of people to participate in the experiment. Song Jining knew why Hua Xiaoheng was so anxious. Logically, she also wanted the experiment to succeed. But when it came to science and technology, there was no room for recklessness or impatience. She spread her hands and said, "This kind of experiment requires a very high level of authorization. Previously, the group of 7 didn't agree, and there was nothing I could do." She looked at the 7 standing committee members helplessly. General Ji said ruefully, "It's not that we don't want to agree, but the cost of the previous experiment's failure was too great, so we still need to study it." Song Jining chuckled and intentionally reminded Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm afraid it's also because Japan's high-energy physicist, Ishihara Bai-san, suddenly committed seppuku, causing Japan's high-energy magnetic field research to lag behind by 50 years. That's why we're not so anxious anymore, right?" Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He understood and immediately said, "Ishihara Bai-san committed seppuku because he was provoked by Gu Xiangwen. He's Ninji's father and has made such a great contribution to our country. Are you going to watch his daughter wander into an unknown world? Are you worthy of the martyr's painstaking efforts?" General Ji and the 6 standing committee members looked at each other and nodded slightly. "What do you think? Since the other party is already able to come and go freely in our world, we have to catch up. It's not too late to make up for it now." After the 7 of them reached an agreement, General Ji looked at Song Jining and said solemnly, "We now authorize you to officially start the field experiment and strive to open the passage to the other side of the space as soon as possible." Reporting to Chief, Major General Hua Xiaoheng of the Special Operations Forces has signed up to be the first experimenter to go to the other side of the space. Hua Xiaoheng immediately stood up and volunteered. "I know you're anxious." General Ji smiled and shook his head. "But you still have to be careful. Xiaoheng, we've already lost your uncle. We can't afford to lose you." He was hinting at Song Jining. This time, the experiment could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. After half a year of research on high-energy magnetic fields, Song Jining had actually made a great breakthrough in how to control the huge energy produced when the magnetic field resonated. However, in front of this 7-man team, she still tried her best to magnify the possibility of failure. Only then would they be cautious and not easily start the field experiment. This was because the probability of failure was just a number to others, but to the people involved in the experiment, it was a matter of life and death. She had to be cautious. After the meeting, Hua Xiaoheng was appointed as the new top-secret Plan A liaison. He was in charge of communication between the military and the Institute of High-Energy Physics. They immediately chose a large open space in the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces as the experimental site. They only wanted to test how much energy the magnetic field resonated with. Song Jining's careful preparations, 17 years of accumulation, and recent close-up observations of high-energy magnetic fields made her first field experiment very successful. When the frequency of the magnetic field resonance was displayed on her instrument, their entire experimental site trembled and blurred. The blue sky rippled in her field of vision, like the surface of the sea moving without any wind. The trees around the site made a rustling sound, looking like an ink landscape painting that was faintly discernible. Although this blurry turbulence was very short, so short that only special instruments could detect traces, this tremor had already been transmitted to the opposite space. At the same time, the high-energy physics team of the Huaxia Empire's military in the opposite world received the frequency of this tremor resonance. Their surveillance equipment even captured an instant image from the opposite space. Reporting, Chief. The team leader of the high-energy physics team has important news to report. He Qingjin's personal secretary came to the door of his study and said loudly. He Qingjian was reading a document. When he heard this, he pressed the button and opened the door of the study. Let him in. The team leader of the high-energy physics team was also a soldier. He said nervously, reporting, Chief, we have observed that the magnetic resonance research in the opposite world seems to have achieved a huge breakthrough. He Qingjian raised his head abruptly and took off his presbyopic glasses. What did you say? They made a breakthrough so quickly. That's impossible. The team leader was also puzzled. According to the information we received, their technology shouldn't have developed so quickly. I wonder if, he glanced at He Qingjian. Under his sharp gaze, he mustered up his courage and said. Did someone on our side leak the secret? He was alluding to He Zhichu and Wen Shuyi. The two of them had been to the opposite world, but they hadn't undergone the memory stripping surgery. That's even more impossible. He Qingjian denied it flatly. The two of them don't even know the principle of magnetic resonance. Even if they wanted to leak the secret, they wouldn't be able to. But how did the opposite worlds suddenly achieve a technological breakthrough? The team leader of the high-energy physics team couldn't figure it out at all. They clearly made a major mistake before. There was a big explosion 17 years ago, and the shock waves were all transmitted to our side. He Qingjian frowned. Since they had such research 17 years ago and were even more advanced than us, it's not strange for them to restart the experiment now, so it's not a major breakthrough. But why did they stop after they failed once? I'm not sure. The team leader of the high-energy physics team had actually relied on the magnetic resonance instrument developed by Gu Xiangwen to open the channel. Without Gu Xiangwen, their technology wouldn't be much stronger than the opposite world. Show me your surveillance footage, He Qingjian said in a low voice. The team leader quickly asked someone to send over their surveillance footage. They were in He Qingjian's study watching the very short video from the opposite world. This person is. He Qingjian pressed the pause button and stared at the big screen with wide eyes. On the big screen, a tall soldier appeared. He was wearing a military uniform, but he didn't wear a military hat. He was facing them. Although the resolution was very low, they could tell that this man was extraordinarily handsome. He Qingjian recognized him. It was Hua Xiaoheng. He knew this person very well. He Qingjian immediately understood why the opposite world had once again started the field experiment of magnetic resonance. Because Hua Xiaoheng wanted to come over. He wanted to find Gu Nianji. They had actually already discovered that Gu Nianji had been brought back here. He Qingjian's thoughts were in a mess, and his emotions were extremely complicated. He was happy that the Huaxia Empire on the other side had obtained such a technological breakthrough. After all, they were born of the same origin, and their interests didn't conflict. However, their technological breakthrough meant that they could come to this world, and it also meant that Gu Nianji might not be able to stay here with her son. He Qingjian gritted his teeth and quickly made a series of arrangements. You go back first and prepare the magnetic field energy for me. I want a video talk to the other party. The team leader was shocked. Ha! You want to reveal your identity? Their experiment has already reached this point. Do you think we can still hide it? He Qingjian rolled his eyes at him. Just carry out my orders. You don't need to question my decision. Yes, Chief. The team leader jogged out of He Qingjian's study. He Qingjian called his country's field office in the Soviet Union again. Check again immediately. Where exactly did Xie Zian die in the Soviet Union? I want to see her if she's alive, and I want to see her body if she's dead. He had made this request 3 years ago. At that time, the field office in the Soviet Union had tracked down the last place Xie Zian had appeared. It was during the battle where the city was almost destroyed. Since there were almost no survivors in the city at that time, the news from the field office was that Xie Xian's whereabouts were unknown, because they didn't dare to be 100% sure that she had died in that battle. Because her remains hadn't been found. This time, He Qingjian wanted them to confirm if she had died there. These field offices hadn't given up on tracking down Xie Xian's whereabouts for the past 3 years. After receiving He Qingjian's order, they confirmed once again that Xie Xian's whereabouts were still unknown. That was because there had been a big fire in the city's cemetery that had burned everyone together. To identify a person from thousands of ashes. Sorry, even a god couldn't do it. So there was probably only one way to prove whether Xie Xian was dead or alive. When He Qingjian received the news, he had an idea. He took his laptop and immediately went to the high-energy physics team's laboratory. He asked, "How long can our remaining magnetic field energy last for the video call?" Reporting to Chief, "At most 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we almost don't even have the energy to monitor. Then give me 9 minutes to activate the quantum communicator. I want a video talk to the other party." He Qingjian sat behind a desk and aimed at the camera. He had his laptop in front of him. Not long after, the video phone in General Ji's study of the Huaxia Empire's military in the opposite world rang. General Ji poked his head out to take a look and saw a strange 4-digit number. This was today's second update. It was sent to Chapter 1508, starting with me. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1520. This kind of number was either an internal line or a wrong number. General Ji wasn't familiar with this 4-digit number at all. It definitely wasn't an internal line, but if it was a wrong number, it was amazing that it could reach his study. There were 3 landlines in his study. The most powerful one was the red landline. The other 2 landlines were for different work needs. There was also a video phone for remote meetings. It was this video phone that had just been dialed. General Ji's finger hesitated for a moment between the accept and reject buttons of the video phone. He wanted to press the reject button, but his finger slipped and he pressed the accept button. The video phone in his study was instantly connected. A man wearing the same Huaxia general's uniform appeared on the video phone. It could be seen that this man was old. His sideburns were white, but his eyebrows were firm and handsome. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he gave off the feeling that he had been in a superior position for a long time. General Ji's mind buzzed. Who was this person? He had never seen him before. Why was he wearing the military uniform of the Huaxia Empire's general? There were only a handful of generals in the Huaxia Empire, and he never remembered this man among them. This man was the military general He Qingjian of the parallel world. He didn't have much time, so he didn't give General Ji any more time to wonder. He said, "Hello, General Ji. I'm He Qingjian. I'm the general of the Huaxia Empire in the parallel world. My position is the same as yours." The parallel world. This was someone from a parallel universe? General Ji's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. He placed one hand on the desk without moving, but his other hand had already quietly pressed the alarm button on the desk. He didn't sound the alarm because he didn't want to alert the enemy. It wouldn't be good if He Qingjian was scared back. Therefore, he activated the alarm button. When the alarm button sounded, it meant that the situation was very complicated and needed to be kept confidential. This kind of alarm system was connected to the Military Security Office and Huashaoheng Special Operations Forces. Within 10 minutes, these people would secretly rush to his office. He Qingjian saw that General Ji didn't move at all and didn't show any signs of shock. He also admired him. Only such a person was worthy of being his opponent. He Qingjian's expression softened slightly. He nodded and said calmly, "I contacted you today to give you a piece of advice. He paused and said word by word, "Do not attempt to open the passage to our spacetime." General G calmed down and sneered. "Are you saying that only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the citizens are not allowed to light lamps?" "General He, do I need to repeat what you've done in our world?" He Qingjian smiled. "General G, there's no point in saying harsh words. If I wanted to, the entire upper echelons of the Empire would have been annihilated during the military parade 2 months ago." "What do you mean?" General G's heart sank. "Speak clearly." He was trying his best to stall for time until Hu Shaoheng and the military police arrived. But He Qingjian only had 9 minutes in total. He tried to keep it short. On the video call, He Qingjian's image disappeared. It was replaced by General G and the others' military parade in Rai City more than 2 months ago. From the moment Hu Shaoheng's military plane suddenly encountered a hurricane, to the moment he was locked onto by a portable surface-to-air missile from the Rai City military base and had no choice but to parachute to escape. On the day of the military parade, the surface-to-air missile system had locked onto the rostrum. General G's face was ashen. He looked at the video of himself, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, and 15 members sitting on the rostrum and chatting happily. It was as if he had taken a walk through the gates of hell. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and his face turned purple with anger. "General He, what do you mean? Are you trying to catch us all in one fell swoop? Are you from the Huaxia Empire?" He Qingjian didn't care about General G's reprimand. He said calmly, "Of course I'm from the Huaxia Empire. Although I'm from the other dimension, we were born from the same root. There's no need to be anxious. If I really wanted to deal with you, you would already be dead." "Then what do you mean? You invaded our airspace, manipulated our weather to create a hurricane, and then controlled our missiles to aim at our rostrum. You want me to believe that you have no ill intentions?" General G slammed the table and stood up. "Do you think I'm a fool?" "General G, please calm down." He Qingjian's image appeared on the video, and he pressed his hands down. "I'm doing all this to tell you that our technology is much more advanced than yours, so don't even think about fighting us. Also, I have no ill intentions towards you, because I'm doing all this to bring back my daughter-in-law, Gu Nianji. She was engaged to my son when she was young, and came to your world by accident. I thank you for taking care of her for 7 years. Now that she's home, please don't continue to harass her. Nianji was indeed kidnapped by you." General G sneered with his hands behind his back. "Stop talking. You don't have to worry about what we should do." "Haha, General G, don't brag. There's one more thing I want to tell you," He Qingjian said as he released the top-secret information on their side. It was the video of the soldiers experimenting with the parallel space of the other world. It was also the video that Gu Nianji had seen before. In those videos, they saw the terrifying scene of people from the other world suddenly dying for no reason. General G's face turned pale. He stared at the video and was extremely nervous. "What's going on? This is the physical principle of parallel space." He Qingjian's voice was heard unhurriedly. "The counterpart of a parallel space cannot exist in the same spacetime at the same time. In layman's terms, if they appear in the same spacetime, both of them will die." "What counterpart? What couldn't exist at the same time?" Was he talking about the heavenly book? General G didn't understand at all. He Qingjian couldn't explain it clearly in such a short period of time. He only left these videos and said, "Ask your high-energy physicists. Since they can figure out magnetic resonance, they will understand what I'm saying. Do you think that our technology is so much better than yours, but why didn't we come on a large scale? It's because this is a lose-lose situation. Neither of us can afford such a huge loss. If you're stubborn, then feel free to send people over. Let me tell you, any of your magnetic field experiments are under our surveillance. After He Qingjin finished speaking, he showed General Ji the surveillance video they had just captured. Look, this is the experiment you just did. Our surveillance cameras discovered it and have already recorded it. Any of your movements are under our control. He Qingjian smiled meaningfully and said half-truths. The person who participated in the experiment was your Major General Hu Shaoheng, right? We also have Hu Shaoheng on our side. I'm going to invite him to the imperial capital as a guest soon. Of course, if you promise not to open the passageway, I'll seal the passageway on our side. From now on, we won't have any dealings with each other. Finally, he said, also, Gu Nianji is doing very well with us. This is her home. She will marry my son. On our side, there will be no woman more honorable and happier than her in the future. He Qingjian then played the photos and videos of Gu Nianji and He Zhichu getting along with each other. He said, tell your subordinate, Hu Shaoheng, to give up. After saying that, 9 minutes were up, and he cut off the video. He Qingjian's video call had just ended when the unique doorbell rang from General Ji's study. This was their secret signal. But it was useless now. General Ji quickly pulled down the phone cord of the video call and physically cut off any possibility of a call. Come in, he said into the intercom and remotely opened the door. Hu Shaoheng and the head of the military police rushed in together. General Ji, what's going on? General Ji looked at Hu Shaoheng and said, go to the small meeting room of the standing committee and call the other 7 people, including Director Song. Hu Shaoheng's eyes narrowed. Yes, Chief. 5 minutes later, the 7-member military standing committee, Hu Shaoheng, and Song Jining met again in the small meeting room of the standing committee. The military's video call facilities all had an automatic recording function. General Ji played the video call He Qingjian had just had with him to everyone. Of course, he had cut out the last minute's content, which was the photos and videos of Gu Nianji and He Zhichu. He did not play them for everyone to see. He planned to show it to Hu Shaoheng alone in private. Even though he had cut out 1 minute, the 8-minute video call was still a lot of information. After the video was played, everyone in the small meeting room was in extreme shock. Everyone was silent for a full 10 minutes before someone asked, Director Song, is the parallel space physics principle that General He mentioned in the video true? Everything else was fine, but this principle was 2F** kept up. If that was the case, then their experiment really didn't have much meaning. This was a zero-sum game where they killed 1,000 enemies and lost 1,000 of their own. Everyone's expressions were a little ugly. Song Jining was also dumbfounded. After a while, she said with difficulty. In theory, there are no loopholes. However, I still need to further reason and prove it. What else is there to reason about? The other side has already used their lives to prove this theory. A member of the standing committee slammed the conference table. I suggest that the experiment be sealed immediately. There's no need to continue. Originally, they had started the experiment because they were worried that Japan would open the passage to the other side first. However, if there was this layer of physics that bound them, then even if they opened the passage, it wouldn't be very meaningful. Because it was impossible to communicate on a large scale. Small-scale squabbles were of no practical use at the national level. Hu Shaoheng stood behind Song Jining. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he was bone-chilling from head to toe. How could this be? He looked at Song Jining as if asking for help. Song Jining pursed her lips tightly and stood up as well. I don't think we should rush to conclusions. Even if the theory that the parallel space can't exist in the same spacetime at the same time is true, we can't give up just like that. Director Song, what else do you want? If you can't overcome this physical principle, do you really want our soldiers to fight with their lives like those poor soldiers in the other world? To verify the physical principle for you. Reporting. I beg you to give Director Song more time. Hu Xiaoheng tried his best to fight for Song Jining to continue the experiment. After all, what we just received was the other side's statement. It was a one-sided statement. Song Jining came back to her senses and said, Xiaoheng is right. In scientific experiments, we can't just listen to what others say. If we want to master this technology, we need to practice it ourselves. With the lives of our soldiers. A member of the standing committee crossed his arms in dissatisfaction and frowned. Song Jining pursed her lips. The other side used the lives of the soldiers to verify this principle. That's because they didn't know about this before. It was an unintentional mistake. They didn't mean to use the lives of the soldiers to experiment. And now we know that we don't need to use humans to experiment. It's the same with animals. General Ji's mind was in a mess when he heard their verbal sparring. He raised his hand and said, Stop arguing. We have to treat this matter seriously. He looked at Song Jining. Director Song, you can continue the experiment, but I forbid you from using soldiers and human lives to do this experiment. Song Jining quickly promised, since I know there's this danger, I won't treat human lives like grass. And you? General Ji glared at Hu Xiaoheng. From today onwards, you'll stay by my side. You can't go anywhere. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1509, Too much information. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. At 8 p.m., the monthly votes would be 2,500 plus updates. P.S. Thank you to Cute Little Corgi and Little Youth Auntie for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Cute Little Corgi. Why does this name sound so familiar? Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1521. General Ji was worried that Hu Xiaoheng would disregard everything and run to his death on the other side. Agreed. Stay and help General Ji with his work. The other 6 members of the standing committee expressed their agreement. No one would agree to send Hu Xiaoheng to his death when they knew that the other world also had Hu Xiaoheng. Although Hu Xiaoheng was burning with anxiety, his expression remained the same. In the face of the 7 members of the standing committee, he calmly said, Yes, Chief. After the meeting, Song Jining looked at Hu Xiaoheng worriedly and whispered, Don't worry, I'll continue to think of a solution. However, if Hu Xiaoheng also exists in the other world, you definitely cannot go there. Going over was tantamount to courting death. As a senior high-energy physicist, when she heard General He Qingjin mention the principle of parallel space physics in the video, her intuition told her that this theory was completely valid. The parallel space at the microscopic level was very similar to the situation of particles and antiparticles. Therefore, at the macroscopic level, it was very likely that the corresponding bodies on both sides of the space also had positive and negative particle properties. However, if they appeared in the same spacetime, they would be annihilated at the same time, which was death. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know how to answer this question. If there really was another Hu Xiaoheng on the other side, and if the situation shown in the video was real, then it seemed that only death would await him if he went over. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it for a long time and said, Can you prove this theory first? Without harming anyone. Song Jining rubbed her temples and said with a headache, They're monitoring us. I have to think of a way to bypass their surveillance first. Also. She paused. This kind of experiment consumes a lot of energy. I can't do too many meaningless experiments. They really did not expect that when they thought that there would be a huge breakthrough in magnetic field technology, there would be a new problem in front of them. Song Jining was not afraid of these obstacles on her scientific research path. But to solve the problem, he needed time. She didn't know how long it would take this time. After everyone left, General Ji brought Hu Xiaoheng back to his study. Xiaoheng, sit. General Ji pointed at the sofa in his study and said, actually, there's still 1 minute of today's video that I didn't play. I don't understand what you mean. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know what was going on and was a little nervous. He put his hand on the armrest of the sofa and slowly sat down. His expression was solemn, not as calm as he usually was. General Ji sighed and played the original video. Watch it yourself. I'm going out for a smoke. After General Ji left, he left Hu Xiaoheng alone in the study. Hu Xiaoheng sat quietly on the sofa and watched the video he had just watched replay one by one. At the last minute, he heard the man named He Qingjian say, also, Gu Nianji is doing very well with us. This is her home. She will marry my son. In the future, no woman on our side will be more honorable and happier than her. Tell your subordinate, Hu Xiaoheng, to give up. Next up were some photos and videos of Gu Nianji and He Zhichu. On the hot air balloon, she was with a child and He Zhichu, just like a family of 3. The scene changed to a living room. Gu Nianji leaned her head against He Zhichu's shoulder. He Zhichu's eyes sparkled with joy as he reached out and hugged Gu Nianji's shoulder even tighter. After the 9-minute video call ended, Hu Xiaoheng sat stiffly on the sofa and was speechless for a long time. The only thing he could be glad about was that she was doing well on the other side. However, the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart did not lessen. What was he going to do? Was Hu Xiaoheng on the other side? After sending a warning to the other world, He Qingjian breathed a sigh of relief. This matter had finally been resolved satisfactorily. He no longer had to worry about any tricks from the other side. Moreover, even if they could open the passageway at all costs, the energy consumption would be unimaginable. In the past few years, with their technological prowess and the power of the entire country, they had opened the passageway less than 10 times before their energy was almost depleted. Of course, the most recent time to bring Gu Nianji back had used up too much energy. It was so much that the previous time's energy combined wasn't as much as this time. Otherwise, their energy wouldn't have been depleted so quickly. He Qingjian was also a little uneasy. He changed another group of people to investigate the problem of the magnetic field energy to see if they could come to the same conclusion. He sat down and had just taken a sip of coffee when his internal phone rang. General He, we received news that Dresden, an employee of the United States Department of Homeland Security, suddenly left the United States with important information. He took a plane to our Huaxia Empire's H city and has already entered the country. He Qingjian listened to their briefing as he called his personal secretary over. Where's Zhichu? Have you seen him? Major General, he has gone to C City. He's on the plane back. His personal secretary knew that He Qingjian cared about his son the most, so he kept a close eye on He Zhichu's movements so that he could deal with his boss's constant inquiries. He Qingjian looked at his watch. I'll go to a meeting first. When he comes back, ask him to come directly to the secret meeting room. He Zhichu celebrated Gu Nianji's birthday early and took a private plane back to the imperial capital. As soon as he got off the plane, he was taken by a military vehicle from the airport to the secret meeting room at the military headquarters. Here, the 10 members of the Standing Committee of the Military Supreme Council were meeting. He Zhichu was called in by them and assigned him a job. Our spies in the United States have received top-secret information. Dresden, an employee of the United States Department of Homeland Security, suddenly took a long leave of absence from Hawaii on the grounds of medical treatment. We just found out that he has entered our country and is heading to H City. It's reported that he has very important information on him that has a lot to do with our national security. Now, the CIA has issued a secret order to kill him at all costs and retrieve all the information he took away. The KGB of the Soviet Union wants to bring him to the Soviet Union. Major General He, this time, you will work with the KGB of the Soviet Union to fight against the CIA. The intelligence network that the United States has operated in H City for many years is now fully mobilized. He Zhichu had just gotten off the plane when he received such a mission. he asked in surprise. He went to H City. What a coincidence. Gu Nianji was also going to H City the day after tomorrow. However, He Ji-chu was only thinking about it. He was going to H City to carry out a mission this time, so it was impossible for him to meet Gu Nianji in private. However, when he thought about how he would be in the same city as her on her birthday and enjoy the same sea breeze, his mood improved. He said calmly, "We will definitely stop them." He Qingjian looked at him with relief. "Ji-chu, this is your first mission after returning to the team. You must be careful." "Yes, Chief." He Ji-chu said casually, "This intelligence says that the KGB of the Soviet Union will also go to H City." "No, they won't go to H City. They will wait for you in M City. Your mission is to escort this person from H City to M City and let the KGB of the Soviet Union take over." A top-secret document was placed in front of He Ji-chu. "You have to remember to connect with the KGB of the Soviet Union." Their meeting lasted from afternoon to night and didn't end until the sky was full of stars. The preliminary plan of action had been drawn up. He Ji-chu went back to select his most elite men to carry out this secret mission. Gu Nianji finally got on the plane to H City. She wore casual sportswear that was convenient for travel and dragged a small LV suitcase to the airport. When she was checking in at the boarding gate, Gu Nianji actually saw Bai Shuang, who was also wearing casual sportswear. This plane was flying directly to H City. Was Bai Shuang also going to H City? Gu Nianji couldn't help walking over and poking her on the back. She smiled and said, "Bai Shuang." Bai Shuang, who was practicing her English speaking and listening with headphones on, was shocked. She turned around and saw that it was Gu Nianji. She quickly laughed and patted her chest. "Why is it you, Miss Gu? What a coincidence." The two of them had met once at the underground bar of the Hilton Hotel. Gu Nianji giggled. "Yes, what a coincidence. Miss Bai, are you going to H City?" "Yes." Bai Shuang said readily, "Our company is a translation company. I graduated from the School of Foreign Languages. The company gave me a job to go to H City to be a personal translator for an American." Gu Nianji nodded. "I see. We're going to H City for a meeting. Contact me when you have time." She gestured to make a phone call. Bai Shuang nodded with a smile. "Okay, what's your phone number?" The two of them exchanged contact details, and soon it was Gu Nianji's turn to board the plane. Bai Shuang realized that Gu Nianji had a first-class ticket in her hand, so she had priority boarding. She didn't think too much about it. She smiled and waved at her, watching her walk through the boarding gate first. After getting on the plane, Gu Nianji realized that among the three people invited to their law firm, she was the only one who had a first-class ticket. Jin Dazhuang and Xiao Zhang were both in business class. Most of the first-class passengers were senior executives of the Lu Corporation, as well as partners and lawyers from the four major law firms. She was a little embarrassed. She dawdled and wanted to exchange a ticket with someone to go to business class. But not long after she stood up, Lu Yuan walked over with Zhao Liangze and greeted her with a smile. "Lawyer Gu. Why don't you sit down? Can't you find a seat?" Gu Nianji said embarrassedly. "Is there a mistake? I'm the only one in first class. My boss and colleagues are all in business class." Lu Yuan was speechless for a moment, but he looked at the seat of the ticket in her hand and said calmly, "Maybe the tourism department booked the wrong seat. Just sit anywhere. It's only 2 hours." Gu Nianji felt that if she insisted, she would be making a mountain out of a molehill. She sat down awkwardly and turned to look at the scenery outside the plane window. Not long after, a man with oily hair and a powdered face sat down next to her and asked, "Beauty, are you traveling alone?" Gu Nianji, she didn't want to talk to him, so she pretended not to hear him and didn't turn around. Beauty, you're quite arrogant. The man didn't give up. He crossed the gap between the two of them and moved closer to her. Although Gu Nianji had turned her head, he could see her delicate and fair neck. She turned her body sideways, accentuating her tall breasts and slender waist. Her long legs were especially seductive. The man's fiery gaze swept over Gu Nianji's chest, waist, and buttocks. Gu Nianji couldn't help it anymore. Just as she was about to teach this man a lesson, she suddenly heard a cold and slightly mocking voice ring out from the aisle next to their seats. B*TCH, are you blind, or did you not graduate from kindergarten? You can't even see 1 2 3 4 5 A B C D E clearly. Gu Nianji turned around in surprise and saw a tall and thin man with an extremely ordinary appearance. He was angrily yelling at the man with oily hair and a powdered face sitting next to her. This is the second monthly ticket for today, 2,500 plus updates, sent to Chapter 1510, what a coincidence. Yes, next is the time to ask for votes, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Don't be careless and throw them over. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1522. The man with the oily hair and powdered face couldn't take it anymore after being called a B*TCH in front of so many people in first class. Most of the people who could sit in first class were people of status. How could they withstand this kind of humiliation? The greasy-haired man's face darkened and he shook his ticket. Watch your mouth. I also have a first-class ticket. Even if I sat in the wrong seat, do you have to curse? Do you have any manners? The tall and thin man glanced at the ticket that the oily hair and powdered face showed. He frowned slightly and said, Zhou Yaozu. Your seat should be 05B, which is the last seat in first class near the toilet. How can you have the face to sit in such a good seat as 02B? Even in the first class cabin, there were differences in the seats. Zhou Yaozu stood up with a sneer and raised his head. Can't I see wrongly? You keep calling me a B*TCH. How uncultured. No matter how uncultured I am, I'm still better than the illegitimate son of a 70-year-old man. The tall and thin man seemed to know Zhou Yaozu very well. Your father, Zhou Nanfeng, is a famous wealthy businessman in H City. He is 93 years old this year. On his 70th birthday, a chicken got his sperm and gave birth to you through artificial insemination. If your mother hadn't gone all out to find the media to speak up and you went to your father's house every day to cheat, your father wouldn't have known that he had a B*TCH son like you. Zhou Yaozu's mind buzzed, and he blurted out, You. How did you know? He had just taken a plane and sat in the wrong seat. How did he get exposed? The people in first class looked at Zhou Yaozu with different expressions. Many of them curled their lips in disdain. Zhou Yaozu wished he could take a condom and put it on tightly. You're good. I won't lower myself to your level. Zhou Yaozu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pushed the tall and thin man away with a flick of his arm and walked back to the back of first class near the toilet to sit down. He shrunk his neck and hit himself. Everyone watched the commotion for a while before looking away. Lu Yuan and Zhao Liangzi sat together and shook their heads with a laugh when they saw this scene. Zhao Liangzi chuckled and said, President Lu, isn't this brother of yours too amazing? Did he research the backgrounds of all the people in the first-class cabin? Lu Yuan smiled and turned his head away. He's a cautious person. Of course, he has to know himself and his enemy before he can fly at ease. Zhao Liangzi scratched his head in confusion and said sheepishly, The airport security is already strict enough. Mr. Lu, are you still worried? Lu Yuan smiled but didn't say anything. He picked up the business magazine on the plane and flipped through it casually. The tall, thin, and unassuming man sat down next to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just been annoyed by the man with the oily hair and powdered face. Now that the man had not only been chased away, but had also been humiliated in public, she felt very happy. She leaned over to the man sitting next to her and said, "Sir, may I know your name?" "Thank you so much for just now." The tall, thin man didn't seem to expect Gu Nianji to take the initiative to speak to him. He was very nervous and straightened his back in his seat. He didn't look at her and only nodded casually. "No need, my surname is Liu." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Gu Nianji, this man didn't seem to like talking to her. Gu Nianji didn't want to force him. She moved slightly to the side to distance herself from the man so that he wouldn't feel so awkward. After a while, the flight attendants on the plane came over and explained the general flying knowledge to everyone. They then said that they would be taking off soon and asked everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Gu Nianji fastened her seatbelt with a click. From the corner of her eye, she saw that the man in the seat next to her seemed to be peeking at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head to look at him. The man was sitting upright and had no intention of looking at her at all. Was she being overly sensitive? Gu Nianji shook her head, took out her headphones, and put them on. She listened to her favorite audiobook, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. This was the third book in the Harry Potter series, and it was also her favorite. Every time she heard Sirius Black, Sirius, was imprisoned for more than 10 years because he was framed, he cried uncontrollably. She couldn't even hear the roar of the plane taking off. She was immersed in the ups and downs of the plot. When she heard the part she was most familiar with, she couldn't help but cry. Just as she was listening nervously, someone suddenly poked her arm gently. Gu Nianji instinctively turned her head to see the man sitting next to her handing her a pack of delicate tissues. He looked at her with concern. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and took off her headphones. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand in embarrassment and said, "I was listening to the book and was moved." "So," the man grunted and stubbornly handed the tissue to her. He said somewhat awkwardly, "This is made from blueberry juice mixed with 100% Hawaiian sandalwood pulp. It's edible and has no added pigments. It doesn't cause any damage to the skin. Its water and oil absorption properties can reach 98%. It's the best ratio known for water and oil absorption. It can't be 100% absorbed. It's not good for the skin either." Gu Nianji was embarrassed. "Uncle, this is just a pack of tissue. It's the kind of thing that has to be thrown into the trash can after using it. Do you want to explain its production parameters and performance indicators?" She was still in a daze when the man had already stuffed the tissue into her hand. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her as if saying, praise me, I'm amazing." Gu Nianji held the tissue, her bright eyes crinkling. Her curvy lips curved into a happy smile as she politely said, "Thank you, this tissue is amazing. I wonder what brand it is. I'll buy it in the future." The man's eyes lit up even more. "You really like it? But you haven't used it yet. How do you know it's as good as I say?" Gu Nianji was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that she could sense that the man had no ill intentions, Gu Nianji really wanted to slap the tissue back in his face. How could this person speak like that? Every word was so sarcastic. Gu Nianji looked at the man as she tore open the tissue, took out a piece, and pressed it on her face. Ha! It did feel good. She carefully touched the tissue with her hand, feeling its unusual softness and toughness. She simply wiped her entire face with it. Seeing that there was a layer of dirt on it, she couldn't stop praising it. "This tissue is really good. It can even be used as a facial towel." The man finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked very seriously, "Do you like to use it?" "I like it." Gu Nianji flipped through the packaging of the tissue, but she couldn't see the brand or the production date. The man saw her flipping through it and knew what she was looking for. He said, I made this myself. I only use it for my family. It's not sold outside. Since it's not sold in the market, why are you showing it off? Uncle, are you really not messing with me? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and forced a smile. She said fakely, if that's the case, then it's even more precious. You can't buy it even if you have money. However, the man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in her words. Instead, he said happily, it's okay. I'll let you use it. I don't need your money. Gu Nianji was speechless. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. She was a little scared. She quietly moved to the side and put on the headphones. She said politely, how can I accept that? I'm not used to using tissues like this. Alright, I'm going to continue listening to my book. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, putting on a, I'm not the one, look. The man looked at her in shock. After a while, he looked away resentfully and stared blankly at the back of the seat in front of him. He didn't speak again. He didn't say a word until he got off the plane. Lu Yuan sat on the other side of the aisle. He wanted to talk to him several times, but the man pursed his lips tightly and didn't speak at all. It wasn't until the plane landed in H City that the man suddenly stood up and was the first to rush to the cabin door. Gu Nianji had just taken off her headphones when she looked up and saw it. She frowned slightly and didn't say anything. Lu Yuan sighed and stood up to say to her, Lawyer Gu, please don't take offense. That's my brother, Lu Jin. He doesn't know how to talk, but he's a very good person. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Gu Nianji was relieved when she heard that it was Lu Yuan's younger brother. She let out a big sigh of relief and said, CEO Lu, why didn't you say so earlier? I was really embarrassed just now. It's fine, it's fine. He's just like that. Lu Yuan smiled and helped her pick up her suitcase. Let's go down together. Gu Nianji nodded. I'll go apologize to him first. I was too rude just now. Lu Yuan smiled as he watched her squeeze to the cabin door in front of him. Gu Nianji saw Lu Yuan's brother, Lu Jin, standing in front of the cabin door like a thin bamboo pole. He had a "don't get close" look on his face, as if he would jump up and hit anyone who approached him. She coughed softly behind his back and said, Mr. Lu Jin. Lu Jin, who was standing in front of her, trembled. He suddenly turned around and saw Gu Nianji looking at him with a smile. She even waved her hand and said, Mr. Lu Jin. Lu Yuan, Lu Jin, the Lu family's parents were really willful in naming them. Gu Nianji complained in her heart as she smiled sweetly. She said to the shocked Lu Jin, Mr. Lu Jin, I was too rude just now and made you angry. It was my fault. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. When we get off the plane, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Lu Jin looked very nervous, but he didn't want to keep a straight face. He knew that if he kept a straight face, the little girl would be afraid. So he tried his best to squeeze out a smile. A smile that was uglier than crying. He said, Okay, where are we going to eat after we get off the plane? Gu Nianji was already mentally prepared. Although she was very surprised, she didn't show it on her face at all. She still smiled softly. I'll go wherever you say. This is my first time in H City, so I'm not familiar with it. However, I heard that you're President Lu's brother. This time, you must be here for the Lu Corporation celebration party, right? Lu Jin grunted. Seeing that Gu Nianji seemed to be very interested in the Lu Corporation, he quickly said, I'm also a shareholder of the Lu Corporation. Gu Nianji wasn't surprised. The Lu Corporation was a family business from the name. This man was Lu Yuan's younger brother, so he must have shares in the Lu Corporation. Oh, then you're my big boss. Please take care of me in the future. Gu Nianji bowed to Lu Jin. Lu Jin quickly reached out to help her up, but just as he was about to touch her shoulder, he quickly pulled back. He rubbed his back with his hands behind his back, and his expression relaxed. I'll definitely take care of you. You don't have to bow. After saying that, he was worried that he had said the wrong thing. He looked at Gu Nianji eagerly and asked, You won't continue to be angry, will you? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, and she quickly shook her head. No, then, do you still use the tissues I made? He was very persistent in promoting his tissues. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. She realized that although this man was old, he was still very simple. He was very straightforward. Therefore, she was very honest with him and didn't beat around the bush. Of course I want to use such a good thing, but I don't accept a reward without doing anything. You said that such a good thing is free for me, so I don't dare to use it. Lu Jin finally understood what she meant, and a big smile appeared on his face. I see. Then I'll go back and set a price based on cost plus profit, and then you'll know how to use it, right? Gu Nianji nodded heavily. I hope it's not too expensive, or I won't be able to afford it. It's not expensive, as long as you're willing to use it. Lu Jin was finally happy. The corners of his mouth curled up high, and he couldn't lower it anymore. After coming out of the airport, a bus took them to the Four Seasons in H City. Seasons Hotel, Four Seasons Hotel. The Four Seasons Hotel was one of the hotels in H City's Central International Financial Center. It was also the most mysterious hotel in H City. It was 45 stories tall and had a total of 399 rooms. Most of the rooms had a 180-degree view of the sea. This time, Gu Nianji, Jin Dazhuang, and Xiao Zhang were together. After entering the Four Seasons Hotel and getting the room card, Gu Nianji followed the group upstairs to find a room. Her room was on the 36th floor, the same floor as Jin Dazhuang and Xiao Zhang. As soon as Xiao Zhang arrived, she excitedly changed into her swimsuit and went to the hotel's outdoor swimming pool to swim. Jin Dazhuang was old, so he needed to rest in his room. Their celebration party was tomorrow night, and most of them would be flying back to Sea City the morning after tomorrow. Gu Nianji also wanted to take the time to have a good look around H City. She had checked when she came and knew that the food here was very famous. She wanted to try it. Gu Nianji put down her luggage and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She changed into a summer sapphire blue silk dress with slightly fluffy lantern sleeves and a one-sided collar that revealed her exquisite collarbone. She also wore a string of millet beads as a necklace. A palm-sized silk belt of the same material was tied around her slender waist, and the flower bud-shaped dress was just right. Her skin was already very white, and it was even more dazzling with the contrast of the sapphire blue silk. She pushed open the door and walked out, just in time to see Lu Yuan's brother, Lu Jin, pacing around the door. Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and said, Mr. Lu Jin, do you live here? Lu Jin turned around and saw her, his eyes filled with amazement. He nodded, then shook his head and said, I'm here to look for you for dinner. Gu Nianji, you said on the plane that you wanted to treat me to dinner as an apology. He looked at Gu Nianji nervously, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. Gu Nianji also wanted to go out to find something to eat, so she invited him along and said, Okay, I heard that the restaurant on the 4th floor, Long Jingxian, is pretty good. Do you want to try the food? Lu Ji nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, let's go to Long Jingxian first, then I'll treat you to Caprice on the 6th floor for French food. Gu Nianji, they had only had one meal, and they were already booking the next one. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said with a smile, But I have to lose weight tonight. One meal is enough. I don't want to eat French food anymore. Oh, okay then. Lu Jin quickly glanced at Gu Nianji and thought to himself, how was she fat? Why did she want to lose weight? However, he had seen many women who often shouted about losing weight, so he rationally didn't ask. He walked beside Gu Nianji happily and took the elevator with her to the Long Jingxian restaurant on the 4th floor. Gu Nianji didn't expect to see Bai Shuang when the elevator door opened. Bai Shuang looked like she had just gotten off the plane, but she had also dressed up. She was standing at the entrance of the Long Jingxian restaurant talking to a white man. The white man was thin and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very elegant and refined. Gu Nianji smiled and stood quietly not far behind them. However, Bai Shuang saw Gu Nianji from the corner of her eye. She quickly turned her head and said, "Miss Gu. You live here too. Are you here for dinner?" Gu Nianji nodded and said, "We moved in with the Lu Corporation. The Lu Corporation is having a celebration party tomorrow." "Ha! You're an employee of the Lu Corporation. That's a good job." Bai Shuang said enviously, "Unfortunately, I don't know anything about computers." "What do you do, Miss Gu?" Gu Nianji said, "I'm not an employee of the Lu Corporation. I'm an employee of their law firm. I'm a lawyer." "Lawyer?" Bai Shuang's eyes lit up and she quickly said, "So Miss Gu is a lawyer. The lawyer who works with the Lu Corporation must be very powerful. Coincidentally, my client said she wants to find a lawyer. Do you want to try?" Gu Nianji glanced at the person. "Is this your company's client?" This was today's chapter of 4,500 words, chapter 1511, The Road is Long, the Road is Short. Well, there were no updates today. The previous chapter was slightly revised. You can download it again and read it. P.S. Thank you to the leader of I Am Master Rashi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1523. Bai Shuang nodded repeatedly. He's Mr. Dresden. He just came from the United States and doesn't know Chinese. Our company accepted the commission and asked me to be his translator. As she spoke, she introduced Gu Nianji to Dresden in English. She also said that she was a lawyer from the famous Lu Corporation's partner law firm. If there was anything, she could be his agent. Gu Nianji smiled and quickly said, "Bai Shuang, don't put me on a pedestal. Lawyers have different specialties, so the cases they handle are also different. I don't know what kind of agent your client needs. If it's in a field I'm not familiar with, I can't take your case." Most people thought that as long as they were lawyers, they could take on any legal matter. But that wasn't the case. There were so many laws in the country. How could a lawyer be proficient in all aspects? Lawyers only specialized in one area. For example, criminal law lawyers dealt with criminal law. Those who specialized in economic law would deal with cases related to economic disputes. There were also those who were proficient in marriage law and labor law, such as Jin Dezhuang. Most of the cases he took were divorce cases and labor arbitration. He could take on other cases, but the quality of his work was much worse. Moreover, most lawyers charged by the hour. The more familiar they were with the field, the less time they needed to prepare. They could directly enter the processing stage and start charging. In unfamiliar fields, they would spend more time preparing, which was not conducive to their profit ratio. Of course, there were also some unscrupulous lawyers who used all their time to charge. This way, the client would face a high bill. With such expensive fees, the quality of the work required was also high. However, in unfamiliar fields, it was difficult to do it satisfactorily the first time. Therefore, the end result was a mess. This was a matter of ruining their reputation. Very few lawyers would do such a kill the goose that lays the golden eggs thing. Gu Nianji only had her own experience. She was talented in criminal law litigation, and her research was also in the field of criminal law. The cases she had fought were also in this field. In the other world, she wouldn't take on cases that weren't in the field of criminal law. However, after coming over here, she entered Jean Dazhuang's small law firm and began to follow up on marriage law and labor arbitration law. She was studying most of the legal provisions. From the looks of it, this American probably didn't need the Huaxia Empire's marriage law and labor arbitration law. As for criminal law, this person couldn't just come to H City and cause trouble, right? Gu Nianji didn't know if she could help him. Bai Shuang saw that Gu Nianji was evading, so she quickly said, he said he wanted to find a lawyer, but he didn't specifically say who. I'm not familiar with the legal profession. Anyway, you're a lawyer and an industry insider. Even if you can't do it, you can still recommend him a suitable lawyer, right? Gu Nianji finally nodded and smiled. No problem. If you need anything, you can call me or send me a message. She pointed to Bai Shuang's phone and blinked playfully. Bai Shuang hugged her happily. That's great. Thank you, Lawyer Gu. Dresden watched silently from the side, his expression a little nervous. He pushed Bai Shuang and said in English, Are you done? I am starving. Are you finished? I'm starving. Bai Shuang let go of Gu Nianji and waved at her. We're going to eat. Keep in touch. Gu Nianji waited for them to go in before asking Lu Jin, who was standing next to her, Mr. Lu, do you mind going in for dinner? Lu Jin quickly said, I'm fine with it, but if you don't want to go, we can go somewhere else. Gu Nianji had just gotten off the plane, so she was actually a little tired. She just wanted to eat something and go back to sleep, so she couldn't be bothered to find another place. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't mind. I heard the seafood here is pretty good, Gu Nianji said as she and Lu Jin entered the entrance of Long Jingxian. It wasn't even lunchtime yet, but there were an unusually large number of people here for lunch. There was a circle of people sitting in the lounge area at the front desk, waiting to go in. However, Bai Shuang and the American said a few words to the lady at the front desk and were quickly let in. Maybe they had an appointment? Gu Nianji didn't mind. After the people in front of her were sent to the lounge area to wait, she walked up to the front desk and said to the lady there, Hello, do you have any seats for lunch? She spoke in authentic Mandarin, and her pronunciation was perfect. It was obvious that she was from the north. The lady at the front desk lowered her head and typed away on her computer. She said coldly in the H-City dialect, Sister Bai, what are you talking about? Gu Nianji, she didn't know much about the H-City dialect, but she could roughly tell from her tone that her attitude wasn't very respectful. Gu Nianji's drowsiness was chased away by her, and she immediately became energetic. She thought that if she spoke English, the restaurant's front desk lady might be more enthusiastic, because Bai Shuang and the American had received an unusual reception from this front desk lady. Was the restaurant bullying the customers because she spoke Northern Mandarin? She then glanced at the diners waiting in the lounge area. Almost all of them were Huaxia people, and from the looks of it, they were all tourists from other places. As for the white men who came in behind them, they were quickly let in. Gu Nianji didn't believe that these people had all made reservations. She instantly realized that she had been discriminated against by her own people in Huaxia. She was really a snob. If Gu Nianji tolerated it, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Lu Jin, who was standing next to her, pulled her over and stepped forward to block her. He said rudely to the front desk lady, Hurry up and take us in to eat, or I'll file a complaint against you immediately. Don't pretend that you don't understand Northern Mandarin. When I came here, I investigated your restaurant. You've been promoting Northern Mandarin learning for 3 years. If you don't understand Northern Mandarin, you can't work. He was still speaking in perfect Northern Chinese. The front desk lady's heart trembled. She looked up in surprise and saw an unprepossessing middle-aged man standing in front of her. He frowned and had an impatient expression on his face. He gently tapped on the front desk with one hand, revealing the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. The front desk lady didn't dare to pretend that she didn't understand him anymore. Her already small eyes narrowed into slits, and she said enthusiastically in broken Northern Mandarin, "How many seats do you want, Mr. Sen?" "2, by the window. We need to have a view of the sea." Lu Jin was very impolite. "We're hungry. We'll serve the food right away." Okay, Marcin will be here soon." She quickly found a waiter to come over. "Johnson, take the two of them to table A over there by the window." The waiter had a good temper. He smiled and bowed to them. "Please follow me." His Northern Mandarin was much more authentic. At least it was better than the front desk ladies. Gu Nianji saw that Lu Jin was so impressive, so she didn't stand up for him. She smiled and sat down by the window with him. The sea view outside the window was overwhelming. The blue sea and sky were endless, and a few seagulls were flying gracefully on the sea. From time to time, cruise ships would play on the sea, creating snow-white waves. There were also large cruise ships and cargo ships entering the port. They were majestic with their sails. Gu Nianji took a deep breath and rested her chin on her hands on the small dining table in front of her. She looked out of the window and said, "It's so beautiful." Lu Jin was very happy to see that she liked this place. He said, "I can book this place. You can come and eat whenever you want." He added, "Don't be angry. We'll complain if we have to." "Who asked her to look down on us?" He was about to call the manager. Gu Nianji quickly said, "No need, don't book it. I'll go back the day after tomorrow. Besides, you taught her a lesson just now. She's just a receptionist. It's not easy for her to make a living." Lu Jin was stunned. He looked at her silently for a while before nodding and asking seriously, "Miss Gu, she called you Sister Bay. You're willing to make peace with such a discriminatory and humiliating title. Are you often bullied?" Although Gu Nianji wasn't often bullied, and even if someone bullied her, she would fight back immediately, her eyes instantly turned red because of his unexpected words of concern. She couldn't cry. She couldn't cry in front of strangers. Gu Nianji held back her tears and tried her best to widen her eyes so that the sourness wouldn't turn into tears. Lu Jin saw that she was trying her best to suppress her emotions, and his mind exploded. It was as if a flood had broken through a dam, and thousands of torrents poured out. He couldn't help clenching his chopsticks tightly, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Someone really bullied you?" He couldn't help shouting. The veins on his neck were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot like a bloodthirsty beast. His voice was so loud that half of the people in the dining room looked over curiously. Gu Nianji couldn't care less about her sadness. She quickly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "No, no one bullied me." "No one bullied you. Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Lu Jin also realized that his voice was too loud. He glared around with a fierce expression, as if he was saying, "If you dare look at me again, I'll glare you to death." His gaze was too horrifying, and his ruthlessness made people tremble with fear. The people around them quickly looked away and didn't dare to look at them again. Gu Nianji was speechless. This Mr. Lu was the complete opposite of his brother, President Lu Yuan's smooth and flawless style of doing things. On the plane, someone else had only taken up his seat, and he could reveal their secrets. In the dining room, her eyes had only turned red for a moment, and he wanted to glare at the people around him. This kind of ability to attract hatred, TSK, in front of him, no matter how annoying someone was, they would probably be made into little angels, Gu Nianji complained, but she had no intention of blaming Lu Jin. On the contrary, her heart warmed up. This was because Gu Nianji had indirectly benefited from this person's outburst twice. She was very grateful for this, and her impression of this person became better. She had never felt this kind of feeling before, whether it was by Hu Xiaoheng's side or He Jichu's side. She had this kind of personality. If someone treated her well, she would want to repay them with a gushing spring. The hatred that Lu Jin had attracted in front of others instantly narrowed the distance between him and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji thought about it and smiled. I'm quite touched. We've never met before, but you care so much about me. Besides, I've always been a crybaby. She took out the pack of tissues that Lu Jin had given her on the plane and wiped her face with one. Lu Jin saw that she was carrying the tissues he had given her with her, and his depressed mood suddenly brightened up. He quietly watched her wipe her face, then lowered his voice and said, "Even if no one bullies you, does that mean no one cares about you?" Gu Nianji, uncle, isn't your imagination a little too strong? Gu Nianji put down the tissues and crossed her arms on the dining table. She leaned forward slightly and asked in confusion, "How did you know that?" Lu Jin pointed out logically, "You were actually moved to tears because of a word of concern from me. If it weren't for the fact that very few people care about you, how could you be so moved because of a word of concern from someone else?" Gu Nianji glared at Lu Jin and was so choked that she couldn't say a word. This was the first time she had met someone who was on par with her, someone who could reason logically while being unreasonable. She had been the only one who could do this in the past. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1512, Meeting the Enemy. At 8 p.m., there were 3,000 monthly votes and updates. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to the Ring of 8 Rings for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1524. Why aren't you saying anything? Did I guess right? Lu Jin was even more nervous. His tone was slightly impatient and angry. It seemed that as long as Gu Nianji nodded, he would tear those who didn't care about her into pieces. Gu Nianji felt a little uncomfortable. This kind of unadulterated concern made her feel warm and comforted, but it was a little strange for such strong concern to come from a stranger she had just met. When she was growing up, Hu Xiaoheng always reminded her that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. She had to work hard to get what she wanted. What was given to her for free was either poison wrapped in honey or a trap thrown out as bait. Her heart was churning with the rules that Hu Xiaoheng had set for her, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and shook her head. Of course not. I'm just more easily moved. Lu Jin looked at her silently with a stubborn expression that said, "Keep making up stories. If I believe you, I lose." Gu Nianji had a headache. How was she going to convince this person? After thinking about it, she said softly, "Mr. Lu, there are actually a lot of people who care about me. It's true. They treat me very well. I can basically get whatever I want, as long as she paid the same price." Of course, she didn't say the second half of the sentence. Lu Jin looked at her suspiciously. "Really? But I feel like you're hesitating and reluctant. It seems like you're hiding something." Gu Nianji couldn't help pursing her lips. She was very worried that she would accidentally say what she was keeping in her heart. This person was too sharp. Although his words weren't pleasant to the ear, his observation skills were top-notch. Gu Nianji was annoyed and her eyes darted around. She looked up and saw the waiter coming over with the menu. She quickly said, "Oh, I'm starving. Let's see what's good here." When Gu Nianji said she was hungry, Lu Jin's thoughts immediately went astray. He quickly said, "Then hurry up and order. Don't you want to eat seafood?" Let's see what seafood specialties they have here. Long Jingxian was the only Michelin 3-star huaxia restaurant in H City. It did have its own delicious specialties. Before they ordered, the waiter brought the appetizers. They were free and available at every table. Gu Nianji looked at it and licked her lips. It was indeed a high-class restaurant. The appetizer was pickled cucumber and abalone. A delicious abalone was placed on top of a few slices of tender cucumber. Just the color scheme alone was enough to whet one's appetite. Gu Nianji took a bite of the abalone, then didn't hesitate to order the abalone and chicken crisp platter, dragon with jade pear fragrance, crispy fried lobster balls, French duck liver stuffed crab, and celery mixed green melon dumplings. The main dish was Long Jingshuan's signature lobster fried rice, and the dessert was poplar sweet dew. After ordering, she looked at Lu Jin embarrassedly and said, "Did I order too much?" Lu Jin shook his head seriously and said, "I've calculated the amount of food here. The food you ordered is only enough for you to eat until you're half full." "Oh." Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. "You've eaten here before?" "No." Lu Jin shook his head honestly. "I calculated it from their menu and the calories of every dish on their menu." Gu Nianji, the waiter's eyes were almost popping out of his head. He had worked here for so many years, but this was probably the first time he had seen someone calculate the amount of food from the calories of every dish on their menu. "Then, should I order more?" Gu Nianji looked at the price of each dish and her heart thumped. She hoped that she had brought enough money for a meal. It was too expensive. Lu Jin flipped through the menu and quickly ordered 6 gold foil seafood dumplings. The menu says that there's fish maw, ginseng, and mushrooms from Japan. The nuclear leak in Japan has been quite serious in the past 2 years. Food raw materials from there can't be served on our table. If I measure it, I'll sue your restaurant for treating human life like grass. The waiter's legs began to go weak and he wanted to kneel down. Gu Nianji listened with relish and nodded repeatedly. "That's true. We don't need mushrooms from Japan. The mushrooms from Yungue in our country are very good." Then she reminded the waiter, "Remember, if you don't explain it to the chef, we won't comply." The waiter nodded repeatedly. I'll remember." All food raw materials from Japan couldn't be used in the dishes ordered by this table of customers. Lu Jin continued to order 2 organic Australian black and white lobster balls with scallions, 3 baskets of scallop dumplings, and an appetizer platter with barbecued pork, roast duck, roast suckling pig, and jellyfish skin. He explained to Gu Nianji, "This platter isn't actually healthy. The fat content is too high, but because the amount is very small, I'll still order one for you to try. The roast suckling pig here is unique, so it's worth trying." Gu Nianji's saliva was about to drip out, and her eyes shone with the light of a glutton who had seen delicious food. Okay. I like to try delicacies from all over the world." Lu Jin looked at the menu again and said, 4 servings of lobster fried rice, and 2 servings of each of the dishes she ordered before. "That's enough." Gu Nianji silently calculated the bill. This meal would cost about 5,000 yuan, and she would spend almost a month's salary. Just as she was wondering if she still had the money to go shopping and buy some local specialties, Lu Jin had already handed the menu back to the waiter and said, "This meal will be signed under the name of the Lu Corporation." The waiter's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "May I ask if you're a senior executive of the Lu Corporation?" Those who had the authority to sign the bill were all senior executives. Lu Jin took out his business card. "I have the authority to sign." Gu Nianji blushed and quickly said, "This meal is on me." "Don't be like this, it's not good if others find out." This was eating and drinking at public expense. If Hu Xiaoheng found out, he would probably break her legs. The waiter ignored Gu Nianji and left happily with Lu Jin's business card. Lu Jin frowned and looked at Gu Nianji. What's wrong with that? As a shareholder of the Lu Corporation, can't I even sign the bill? Gu Nianji began to reason. Mr. Lu, don't be like this. We agreed that I would treat, so I ordered these dishes. If you were the one treating, I wouldn't have ordered them. Besides, we already agreed. What do you mean by going back on your word? Actually, if Lu Jin had taken the initiative to treat her to a meal, she definitely wouldn't have come. Lu Jin felt that it made sense and said regretfully, then this meal is on you, and the next meal is on me. Gu Nianji, she decided not to dwell on this issue. She could manage this meal for 3 days. Whether it was her appetite or her wallet. Gu Nianji smiled at Lu Jin and didn't say anything else. The two of them made up their minds and began to enjoy the food quietly. The waiter brought the dishes over one after another. It was only then that Gu Nianji realized that the so-called dragon with jade pear fragrance was actually a combination of shrimp and pear. The shrimp meat was delicious, and the pear meat was sweet and delicious. It was wrapped in a little powder and steamed together. Both foods retained their natural taste, and when mixed together, the aftertaste was endless. She ate the delicious food in small bites and sat upright. When she ate, she chewed carefully without showing her teeth, and of course, she didn't smack her lips. Her demeanor was dignified and elegant. One look at the way she ate was enough to tell that she had a good upbringing and must have come from a good family. It was also said that in a rich family, only after 3 generations did they know how to eat and dress. The way Gu Nianji ate was enough to convince people that she was a lady from a wealthy family. At that moment, no one thought that she was an orphan whose parents had died. Lu Jin didn't know the taste of his own food, and his attention was all on Gu Nianji. He saw the way she ate and nodded repeatedly in his heart. He finally believed what Gu Nianji had said. There should still be someone who cared about her. Because the kind of life you lived, the kind of person you would grow up to be. No matter how hard people tried to hide it, they couldn't hide the vicissitudes in their eyes and the nervousness in their posture. They wished they could transform into swords of revenge at all times, and their entire bodies were tense. Gu Nianji's neither servile nor overbearing posture, her elegant demeanor, especially her clear and moving eyes, and her witty and playful manner of speaking, were enough to convince people that she was indeed living a good life. Lu Jin watched her eat. The more he watched, the happier he became. It was as if he had drunk a bottle of 1982 Mao Tai. He was drunk. The two of them didn't speak much. They ate most of the dishes in one go before looking at each other and smiling. They began to chat. Gu Nianji raised the mango juice in her hand and smiled at Lu Jin. The portions of these dishes are indeed too small. I can finish a plate in 2 bites. She pointed at the abalone chicken crisp in front of her. On the huge plate, there were 3 abalone chicken crisp. Gu Nianji finished all the abalone chicken crisp in a few bites. Needless to say, the abalone was delicious. The crispy skin on the outside was even more crisp and tender, and the filling inside was only fresh and not fishy. She wanted to swallow her tongue. After eating 3, Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin with a lingering desire. Lu Jin actually understood the look in her eyes. He shook his head and said, "You can't order any more of this. Although it's delicious, it's very high in calories, cholesterol, and purines. It's not good for your health if you eat too much." Gu Nianji licked her lips and nodded obediently. "Okay, then I won't eat any more. I'll try this dessert." The fragrant poplar branch mango was considered Long Jingxuan's signature dessert. Gu Nianji took a bite and didn't like the overly sweet taste. Lu Jin saw that she didn't eat much, so he didn't rush her. He nodded. "You should also eat less desserts. Eat more organic fruits. They're no worse than this dessert." During the meal, Gu Nianji was taught a lot about food safety and health by Lu Jin. Not only was she satisfied with the material, food, but she was also satisfied with the spiritual knowledge. The meal lasted until 3:00 in the afternoon, and Gu Nianji couldn't take it anymore. She handed her card to the waiter to settle the bill and agreed not to put it on the Lu Corporation's account. The waiter reluctantly agreed and took her card in exchange for Lu Jin's business card. Gu Nianji didn't look at the bill and stuffed it into her wallet. She was worried that she would vomit blood if she saw it. She still had a smile on her face as she said to Lu Jin, "Mr. Lu, I really can't eat any more tonight. If there's a chance in the future, shall we choose another restaurant to have a good meal?" Lu Jin saw that she had indeed eaten a lot, so he wasn't in a hurry. He said, "Okay, don't lie down and sleep right away when you go back. You can walk for 5 more minutes before you rest." He nagged at her about what she should pay attention to after the meal. Gu Nianji didn't mind his nagging and listened very carefully. She walked all the way back to her room and opened the door with her key card before saying to him, "Thank you, Mr. Lu. I had a good time today." It had been a long time since Lu Jin had spoken so much in one breath. It was rare for an obedient person to not only not hate him, but also listen very seriously and not perfunctorily. He was so happy that he was almost humming all the way back to his room. Lu Yuan and Zhao Liangzi were discussing important matters in the inner room. When they heard Lu Jin come in, they fell silent at the same time. After a while, Zhao Liangzi was puzzled. "CEO Lu, your brother can sing." Lu Yuan. The next night was the Lu Corporation's grand celebration banquet. Gu Nianji changed into a formal black dress and only wore a necklace of natural seawater wild pearls. The pearls were full, and each one was the size of a pinky finger. What was rare was that each one was almost exactly the same size. The pearls were shiny and complemented her delicate and fair skin. Walking into the beautifully decorated banquet hall, Gu Nianji found Xiao Zhang, who was eating the buffet with a plate. She smiled and said, "Aren't you a celebrity chaser? Where are those celebrities?" Xiao Zhang had gone out shopping during the day and hadn't eaten all day. She was waiting for the celebration banquet buffet to fill her stomach. Although it was important to chase after celebrities, it was more important to fill her stomach. Xiao Zhang chewed on the fragrant lobster fried rice and said incoherently, "I think they're over there. I saw a few celebrities surrounding Miss Ye just now." Gu Nianji asked nervously, "Miss Ye? Which Miss Ye?" "It's Prime Minister Xie's niece, Xie Qingying." Xiao Zhang looked around and found traces of Xie Qingying. He pointed and said, "There, she's over there." This was today's second monthly ticket for 3,000 plus updates, Chapter 1513. It's nice to have someone obedient. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Today was Monday, especially the recommendation tickets. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1525. Under the bright crystal lights in the celebration banquet hall, Prime Minister Xie Baiqian's niece, Xie Qingying, was wearing a sapphire blue fishtail evening gown that revealed one of her fair shoulders. She wore an Indian-style ruby necklace around her neck. Her eyes were also relatively large, and she had put on heavier eye makeup, making her eyes look even bigger. She looked a little like a white Indian Brahmin caste beauty. She held a glass of red wine in her hand and was talking to a group of handsome men and beautiful women around her. Gu Nianji looked at the little black dress she was wearing and felt that she was a little disrespectful. If she wanted to find a chance to talk to Xie Qingying among the group of upper-class men and women dressed in pearls and jade, her outfit was really not good enough. But it was too late to go back and change now. Moreover, she hadn't wanted to be in the limelight before, so she hadn't brought any branded custom-made evening gowns. What should she do? She held a glass of orange juice and pretended to be nonchalant as she walked over to Xie Qingying. She only wanted to find an opportunity for her to talk to Xie Qingying. Standing about 3 meters away from Xie Qingying, Gu Nianji saw that the people around her seemed to be about to disperse, so she quickly walked forward. However, she had only taken a few steps when a group of people rushed up from behind and squeezed her to the back. "Hey! What are you doing? In a hurry to reincarnate?" Gu Nianji staggered from being pushed by a young man and almost fell to the ground. The man turned around to look at her. He saw that she was dressed plainly and didn't wear expensive jewelry. Although her figure was hot and her face was delicate, she wasn't qualified to listen to his apology. He glared at her and had already squeezed to Xie Qingying's side. He gave her a generous and decent smile and behaved courteously, as if the rude man who had randomly bumped into others to squeeze to the front didn't exist at all. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She picked up her phone and took a picture of the man. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. She was the vengeful Gu Nianji. After waiting for a while, the group of people dispersed, and Gu Nianji quickly walked over to Xie Qingying. Unexpectedly, she had only taken a few steps when another group of people surrounded her from behind and overtook her. This time, it was a young woman in a custom-made Dior evening gown who squeezed her out. Not only did he reach out and pull her away, but he also seemed to have stepped on her. Gu Nianji had never experienced something like this before. When she was with Hu Xiaoheng, she had never attended such events. She had attended such banquets with Yi Zhichu in the United States before, but with Yi Zhichu by their side, it was always others who came over to fawn over them. She didn't have to approach them like she was doing now. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to take another picture of the woman who had stepped on her foot. There were too many of them. Could she even pick them all? Although Gu Nianji was tall and beautiful, she didn't have the right to speak to Xie Qingying in the eyes of these snobs, who only respected clothes and not people. She could only wander around with a glass of orange juice in her hand, waiting for a chance to jump over. Lu Jin and Lu Yuan stood in a VIP room on the second floor, waiting for the celebration banquet to officially begin. Through the large glass window of the VIP room on the second floor, one could see everything that was going on in the hall on the first floor. Ever since Lu Jin entered, his gaze hadn't left Gu Nianji, who was wearing a black evening gown in the hall on the first floor. He observed her for nearly 10 minutes and asked Lu Yuan in confusion. "Why do you think Nianji kept circling around Xie Qingying within a 2-meter radius?" Lu Yuan, actually, he didn't want to answer this kind of daily math question. However, Lu Jin looked at him eagerly, obviously hoping that he could answer this question. Lu Yuan had no choice but to droop his eyelids and say, "Isn't it obvious?" She wanted to talk to Xie Qingying. But she couldn't squeeze in, so she had to circle around outside. Lu Jin immediately put down the red wine glass in his hand and tugged at the bow tie around his neck. His expression was ugly. Why didn't Xie Qingying talk to her? Nianji was the most beautiful and polite girl among all the guests today. She didn't talk to her, but she insisted on chatting and laughing with those idiots. Why did you invite such a brainless socialite? Lu Yuan, how was Xie Qingying brainless? She graduated from Q University's School of Journalism and Communication, and from Columbia University's Masters in Media. After returning to China, she founded a new media company. Not only did she have a good family background, but she was also very capable. Lu Yuan had interacted with Xie Qingying a few times and knew that she wasn't shallow, and she had a good personality and temper. She was 100 times better at dealing with people than this man who always looked down on other people's IQs. Of course, Lu Yuan knew that in Lu Jin's opinion, anyone who didn't talk to Gu Nianji today was a brainless idiot and wouldn't accept a retort. When he saw Gu Nianji being pushed aside for the 3rd time, Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. "Go down and let Xie Qingying talk to Nianji." Lu Jin pushed Lu Yuan impatiently. "Why don't I go down myself? Are you afraid?" Lu Yuan glared at him. "Are you threatening me?" "Yes, I'm threatening you." Lu Jin's expression was matter of fact. If you don't go down, I'll go down and talk nonsense. Don't blame me if I offend someone. You know you can't speak. Lu Yuan couldn't help mocking him. But you still know your limits. Lu Yuan also couldn't stand Gu Nianji's pitiful appearance as she was squeezed out of the crowd again and again. He looked at the hall on the first floor and muttered, "Why is Nianji's combat ability so weak? What are you talking about?" Lu Jin pricked up his ears and said unhappily, "Nianji is polite and well-educated. She's not like those uncultured boors." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Nianji suddenly exerted force. She quietly stretched out her leg and tripped a young man who was trying to drag her behind. Then she quickly hid in the crowd as if nothing had happened and continued to squeeze towards Xie Qingying. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Jin. Polite? Well-educated? How is she like those uncultured boors? Lu Jin grabbed the back of the chair with both hands and stared blankly for a while. Then, he beamed. Fortunately. Look at how agile she is. She's also very smart. She quietly slipped into the crowd and no one saw her. Hey! You and I both saw it. Lu Yuan glared at Lu Jin. You're so biased that you can't even look at her. As he spoke, he quickly opened the door and left. He had a premonition. If he didn't go down and help, he didn't know what new tricks Lu Jin and Gu Nianji would come up with. Lu Yuan was the president and chairman of the Lu Corporation. The moment he appeared, many people's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to surround him. However, Lu Yuan also had bodyguards by his side, and he wasn't alone. In the bustling hall on the first floor, the crowd parted to make a path. They watched as Lu Yuan walked past them with a smile. Finally, he came to the side of a beautiful girl in a black dress. Lawyer Gu. Lu Yuan reached out his hand. I'm very happy that you came to this celebration party today. Gu Nianji. What was going on? However, she glanced over and saw that Xie Qingying had already looked over. Her mind raced, and she subconsciously reached out and held Lu Yuan's hand. She smiled and said, "President Lu, you're too kind." Lu Yuan smiled and leaned over. He whispered into her ear, "Someone saw that you wanted to talk to Miss Xie, so they sent me down to attract your attention." Gu Nianji giggled. "President Lu, you're so funny. How did they know that she wanted to talk to Xie Qingying? Was it that obvious?" Lu Yuan's familiarity with Gu Nianji made Gu Nianji the most eye-catching guest in the hall. The group of people who had surrounded Xie Qingying just now seemed to be moving towards Gu Nianji again. Gu Nianji didn't want to be surrounded by this group of people, so she quickly whispered to Lu Yuan, "President Lu, can you introduce me to Miss Xie?" Lu Yuan took a glass of grape juice from the waiter's tray and handed it to her. He smiled and said, "She'll come over herself." Gu Nianji, she silently put down the orange juice in her hand and took the grape juice from Lu Yuan. She looked up again and saw that Xie Qingying had indeed walked over. She reached out her hand to Lu Yuan. "Uncle Lu, long time no see. Qingying, you're getting more and more beautiful." Lu Yuan patted her on the shoulder like an elder, then turned around and said naturally, "This is Lawyer Gu, a partner of our group's law firm. She's very young, not even 20 years old." "Ha! Lawyer Gu is so amazing." Xie Qingying looked up and saw Gu Nianji. Her heart skipped a beat. She reached out and said, "Lawyer Gu looks so familiar. Have I seen you before?" Gu Nianji held her hand and thought to herself that she had seen her in the other world, but this wasn't the reason why Xie Qingying felt that she looked familiar when she saw her. Because this Xie Qingying wasn't the Xie Qingying from the other world, and she had never seen her before. But why did she say that she looked familiar? Could it be that she was trying to get close to her? Lu Yuan looked at Xie Qingying, then at Gu Nianji. He said meaningfully, "Haven't you two looked in the mirror?" What's wrong? Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying asked in unison. I was just saying. Lu Yuan didn't say it out loud. He held the arms of the two girls. You guys have a good chat. I still have something to do. See you later. As the CEO of tonight's celebration banquet, Lu Yuan was already giving them a lot of face by taking out a few minutes. Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying nodded at him and watched him leave. After Lu Yuan left, Xie Qingying looked at Gu Nianji and realized that her nose looked very similar to hers. They were both straight and tall, and their nostrils were small and exquisite. It was as if they had been measured with a ruler. Both of them had long eyelashes and big eyes. Their eyebrows were curved, and their faces were delicate. Gu Nianji's eyes were even bigger. They did look a little similar. Gu Nianji didn't have time to look at Xie Qingying. She smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. She suddenly asked, Miss Xie, may I ask if your mother's name is Gu Tian? Xie Qingying was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes, you know my mother. Gu Nianji was both nervous and excited. She then said, Then do you have an uncle named Gu Xiangwen? Xie Qingying frowned, and her expression gradually became extremely cold. She lowered her head and took a sip of red wine. She said expressionlessly, Yes, but he's already dead. She looked like she didn't want to continue. Miss Gu, I still have something to do. Xie Qingying obviously didn't want to talk about this person. She turned to leave. Gu Nianji's eyes darkened. She immediately understood what Xie Qingying meant. Was it because her father, Gu Xiangwen, was once a wanted criminal related to a murder case? So she didn't want to talk about this person at all. Seeing that another group of people had gathered around Xie Qingying, Gu Nianji ran a few steps to catch up. She asked nervously, Miss Xie, does the Xie family have a great-aunt named Xie Xian? Do you know where she is now? Xie Xian. Xie Qingying stopped in her tracks. She quickly turned around to look at Gu Nianji. She asked suspiciously, How do you know my great-aunt's name? Tell me, where is she now? I have a friend who wants to look for her. Gu Nianji stared at Xie Qingying anxiously. Her hands began to tremble. Xie Qingying's heart softened when she saw how anxious she was. She gently shook her hand. Miss Gu, I don't know why your friend wants to look for my great-aunt, but she went to the Soviet Union a long time ago and lost contact with her family. It's been a few decades now. She went to the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji frowned. Then is she alive, or, that's hard to say. Xie Qingying sighed slightly. As a family, of course we hope she's still alive, but she went through that war. Basically, the chances of her being alive are not high. Gu Nianji carefully analyzed Xie Qingying's words and muttered, You mean you don't know if she's alive or dead? If she's alive, why hasn't she contacted her family for all these years? Xie Qingying asked in return. A few years ago, our family sent people to the Soviet Union to investigate her whereabouts, but we couldn't find any definite answers. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1514, Too Biased to See. There would be an extra update at 8 p.m. Yes, it was time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly and recommendation tickets over. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1526. You specifically sent people to the Soviet Union. Gu Nianji's brows furrowed as she looked thoughtfully at the hall in front of her. How did you find them? Xie Qingying felt that she was going too far. She glanced at Gu Nianji and didn't answer her directly. Instead, she asked, How old is your friend? Why are you so interested in my great-aunt? Gu Nianji put down the grape juice in her hand. Her emotions were very complicated, but she also felt a little uneasy. If Xie Xian was really dead, she wouldn't have to worry so much. What if she didn't die? If she got married and had children in the Soviet Union, her eyelids involuntarily twitched twice. Although she knew that she shouldn't ask so many questions during their first meeting, she still couldn't control herself and confirmed again, "Have you looked for the KGB of the Soviet Union? If you want to find someone, the KGB of the Soviet Union is the real expert." Xie Qingying was silent for a long time. She swirled the red wine glass in her hand and said casually, "Of course not. Ask the KGB to help you find someone. You think they're our police department? Do you think they'll do it just because of a random request?" That was true. Gu Nianji looked away in surprise. In the other world, she was very familiar with the second-in-command of the Russian KGB, Vladimir, and his driver, Uncle Ivan, so she didn't think it was a big deal to ask the KGB for help. Now that she thought about it, she had actually benefited from Hua Xiaoheng. The KGB was able to have a good relationship with her because of Hua Xiaoheng. Otherwise, how could they recognize her? Just like Xie Qingying, who was the niece of the Prime Minister, she couldn't even get close to the KGB. Gu Nianji sighed softly and nodded. "I understand. I hope your great-aunt." She suddenly stopped talking. What did she hope for? Hoping she was dead. Died before she could marry and have children. She really couldn't say it. After all, it was a human life, and it was Xie Qingying's grand-aunt. How shameless would she have to be to say such cruel words in front of others that she wished her great-aunt was dead? But could she hope that she was still alive? Didn't that mean there was another Hua Xiaoheng here? If that was the case, then Hua Xiaoheng would never be able to come over. Then she could only find her own way back. Gu Nianji's mood quickly sank. Seeing that she was silent, Xie Qingying raised her glass and smiled at her, saying, "Miss Gu, I still have something to do. It's nice to meet you today." Gu Nianji smiled at her. Miss Xie is approachable and has the demeanor of a socialite. "You flatter me, Miss Gu." Xie Qingying nodded politely and was led to the podium by her assistant. On the rostrum in front, the executives of the Lu Corporation had already gone on stage one after another to prepare to speak. The president and chairman of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yuan, was naturally the first to bear the brunt and stood at the front. He was tall and stalwart. Standing there in a suit, he exuded a majestic aura. He was not angry, but he was dignified. This was the unique bearing of someone who had been in a decision-making position for many years. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and looked at the rostrum. She keenly noticed that Lu Yuan's brother, Lu Jin, was standing diagonally behind him and looking at her with bright eyes. Seeing that Gu Nianji was looking over, Lu Jin quietly waved at her. Gu Nianji couldn't help smiling. This Mr. Lu Jin was really interesting. The hall quietened down, and Lu Yuan began to speak. The excellent loudspeaker equipment transmitted his voice to all parts of the hall, as intimate and pleasant as if he was speaking in your ear. After he finished speaking, the partners of the Lu Corporation, the senior officials of H City, and the senators also began to speak. Gu Nianji was not in the mood to listen to their business praises. She quietly sized up the crowd around her, then quietly moved back and quietly walked towards the entrance of the hall. Finally, she left the banquet hall while everyone was applauding enthusiastically. Outside the hall was a wide balcony, and she could see Victoria Harbor in front of her. The sea view at night was exceptionally moving. A bright moon hung above the dark blue sky. In the clear water of Victoria Bay, there was also a bright moon shining. She stood alone on the balcony. Behind her was the bustling hall. The crowd cheered and applauded excitedly. In front of her was the endless sea. It was a vast expanse of jade, and the waves were calm. Her thin back looked fragile, but it was extremely resilient. It was like a bamboo pole. The greater the pressure, the stronger the resistance. She calmly calculated the chips in her hands and planned her future actions. She didn't want to be trapped here for the rest of her life, but she had to carefully plan how to go back. Because she wasn't facing an ordinary person, but the entire state apparatus. She didn't know how long she had been standing there. A gust of sea breeze blew in her face, and Gu Nianji felt a little cold. At this moment, a warm coat was gently draped over her back. Gu Nianji's body trembled. She looked up and saw that Lu Jin had just draped his suit jacket over her. "Mr. Lu, why did you come out?" Gu Nianji turned to look at the banquet hall. The liveliness there had reached a new height. Lu Jin put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the bay in front of him. He frowned and said, "I can't listen to a bunch of idiots flatter each other for more than 5 minutes a day. Too long will make me depressed and not be good for my mental health." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed. "Mr. Lu, you're really rude. I wonder how many people you'll offend by saying that." "I know, so I won't stay in there and offend anyone." Lu Jin glanced at her and saw that the smile on her face was like the epiphyllum in the dark night. It was breathtakingly beautiful and carefree. The depression and irritation he had felt earlier were instantly swept away. Gu Nianji took off Lu Jin's suit jacket and returned it to him. She deliberately said seriously, "Thank you for your suit, Mr. Lu. In order not to make Mr. Lu depressed, I have to go back first." Lu Jin took the jacket and was slightly stunned. He quickly said, "I won't be depressed talking to you." "Huh? Really?" Gu Nianji put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. "I'm worried that I'm one of those idiots." No, of course you're not." Lu Jin was a little anxious. "How could you be an idiot? There's no girl smarter than you." Gu Nianji smiled and said bluntly, "Thank you for your insight, Mr. Lu. I think I'm quite smart." "That's right." Lu Jin put on his suit in satisfaction and walked to the elevator with her. He said, "I hate empty pleasantries the most. Smart people must be humble and take the initiative to say that they're stupid. Otherwise, they'll be proud and look down on others. Why don't I see those stupid people being honest and admitting that they're stupid? Humph. This society is so unfair." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Uncle Lu, your perspective is so strange." The two of them had just entered the elevator when Gu Nianji's phone vibrated again. She took out her phone and swiped it open. It was Bai Shuang. "Bai Shuang." Gu Nianji picked up the phone. On the phone, Bai Shuang's voice was different from her usual crisp and clear voice. It was slightly trembling and nervous. She said in a sobbing voice, "Lawyer Gu, you have to help me. You have to help us." "What happened? Who bullied you?" Gu Nianji's expression changed slightly. She looked at her watch. It was only past 8:00 in the evening. The Lu Corporation celebration party had just begun, and H City's nightlife had just begun. No one bullied me. It's my client." Bai Shuang lowered her voice. "Can you come to my room? We really need a lawyer. Immediately." Immediately. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else. "Okay, I'll be right there." She put away her phone and looked up to see Lu Jin looking at her curiously. She explained to him, "A friend seems to be in trouble. I have to go help her." "What friend?" Lu Jin asked quickly. "This is your first time here, and you're unfamiliar with this place. Can you help her?" "How would I know if I don't try?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Lu, that's my friend. She asked me for help, so I can't reject her without even trying." Lu Jin's eyebrows twitched. He stared at her blankly for a while before looking away. "Then I'll go with you." Gu Nianji wanted to refuse, but Lu Jin said, "I'm a shareholder of the Lu Corporation after all. I can help too. Gu Nianji. Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji didn't seem to trust him, so he immediately said, I'm a major shareholder, a very big one. I hold more than 50% of the shares. He was eager to prove to Gu Nianji that he was more capable than Gu Nianji and had the resources to help her friend. Gu Nianji smiled and said gently, I know. Thank you, Mr. Liu. I'm even more relieved with your help. As you said, I'm new here and don't know anyone here. It would be best if you could lend a hand. She didn't want to go to Bai Shuang's room alone. She would feel more at ease with Lu Jin accompanying her. Although she had just met Lu Jin, she had a hunch that Lu Jin didn't have any ill intentions towards her, nor was he a bad person. Her intuition was very accurate, and she had never been wrong. The two of them quickly arrived at Bai Shuang's floor. After ringing the doorbell, Bai Shuang poked her head out. Seeing that Gu Nianji hadn't come alone, she looked at Lu Jin suspiciously and asked, May I ask who you are? Gu Nianji said vaguely, He's my friend. He knows a lot of people. Maybe he can help you. Bai Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. Opening the door, the two of them entered. When they entered Bai Shuang's suite, Gu Nianji saw her American client sitting on the sofa with a terrified expression. Her hands were clasped together as she looked at them in shock. She asked in English, What are they doing? What are they doing here? Bai Shuang explained it to him in English, then looked at Gu Nianji and said, Dresden just told me that he's an employee of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Gu Nianji. Lu Jin's eyes flashed slightly, and he pulled Gu Nianji to sit down opposite Dresden. Bai Shuang sat next to Dresden. All the blood had drained from her face, and even her lips were slightly pale. I've caused trouble. Gu Nianji looked at her. Don't panic. Speak slowly. As long as you didn't do anything wrong, it's not a big deal even if the sky falls down. Bai Shuang was about to cry. He took a lot of important information from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Now, the CIA knows that he has come to H City, and I heard that they have already issued a secret kill order. This was today's second reward and update, Chapter 1515, I'm a major shareholder. The 50,000 Chidian coins and updates that the leader of Momo Moshi had given every month had arrived. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Good night, big shots and little angels. Chapter 1527. Gu Nianji couldn't recover from her shock for a long time. How did Bai Shuang get involved in a political incident here? Lawyer Gu, what do you think we should do? Bai Shuang looked at Gu Nianji eagerly, her hand clenched into a fist. Gu Nianji's mind raced as she frowned and said, How did you know about the CIA's secret kill order? Bai Shuang looked at the pale Dresden beside her and whispered. His colleagues at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security secretly told him, Gu Nianji, so there was an accomplice. However, it would indeed be very difficult for him to escape the Americans on his own. Someone must have tipped him off. Gu Nianji thought about it for a moment and said, I'm afraid this isn't a small matter. Does your boss know? Bai Shuang quickly shook her head and said nervously, I don't know. Mr. Dresden said that he just randomly searched for English interpreters on the internet and found our company to place an order. Then our company sent me here. In order to not attract attention, Dresden deliberately chose a very small translation company and didn't look for a large translation company with a large reputation. It was also because of this that Bai Shuang's small company was chosen. Gu Nianji had no choice but to whisper, then why don't you tell your boss first, and then, let your boss handle it. What she meant was that it was better for Bai Shuang not to get involved in such a big matter. This was already an international incident. Even if Bai Shuang's boss came, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Was the CIA a normal agency? Although Gu Nianji had never come into contact with the CIA here, she knew that the CIA was probably the most powerful intelligence agency in the world over there. After the Cold War, the entire world was filled with bloodshed, and the international wars and disputes were almost all backed by the CIA. Bai Shuang understood what Gu Nianji meant. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Lawyer Gu, since he's my client, I have a certain responsibility to him. I can't just abandon him like this. Although she was afraid, she didn't back down. Gu Nianji was a little dazed as she looked at Bai Shuang like this. It was as if she was seeing Bai Shuang, who had died to atone for her father's crimes. Gu Nianji didn't want Bai Shuang to stay out of this. Her mind raced as she tried to figure out how to solve this problem. At the same time, in the dark night sky outside, on the shiny glass exterior of the Four Seasons Hotel building, 4 men in black suits were hanging down from above. Thick ropes were tied to their bodies, and they were lowered inch by inch from the roof of the building. Their target was a guest room with lights on and curtains drawn not far below their feet. They wore infrared night vision goggles and were not afraid of the dark. They could even see through the walls. The figures in the room were emitting heat radiation. Everyone was also wearing a Bluetooth headset with wireless communication function. The streetlights on this side of the hotel building had been extinguished by them, and the moonlight couldn't reach this corner. Even if they looked over from Victoria Bay, it was all dark, and they couldn't be seen at all. Soon, they landed on the outer layer of the building where Dresden was staying. Through the infrared night vision goggles, he could clearly see the situation in the room. There were actually 4 people in the room. They sat in a row facing each other on the sofa in the room. Although the curtains were drawn and the windows were closed, it wasn't an obstacle for the 4 well-equipped men in black. Action! The leader of the 4 men in black quietly gave orders into the Bluetooth headset. At that moment, Lu Jin, who was sitting facing the window in the room, suddenly said coldly, "Someone's here. Get down." As he spoke, he rolled off the sofa with Gu Nianji in his arms and lay on the ground. His entire body covered her from head to toe like a shield. Dresden, who was sitting opposite him, lay on the ground even faster than Lu Jin. With a sudden rush, he fell from the sofa to the ground and trembled against the edge of the sofa. Bai Shuang was the last to fall to the ground. She didn't even have time to ask her questions. The sound of gunfire rang out, shattering the windows of the room and riddling the curtains with holes. Glass shards flew everywhere in the room, accompanied by the sparks of the bullets, igniting the dark night sky. The lights in the room were turned off, and it was pitch black both inside and outside the room. Just as the men were about to break through the window, Lu Jin activated the pulse interference function of the electromagnetic jammer in his pocket. This small device could interfere with all wireless communication devices. Just as the 4 men in black were about to rush in through the window, an unbearable pain suddenly came from their ears. A pulse of energy that was enough to pierce through the eardrums suddenly came from the Bluetooth headset. Ah! 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 The 4 of them covered their ears and screamed at the same time. They lost their balance in an instant, and their bodies were hung by ropes in the air. They had no hands or feet to stabilize their direction. Gu Nianji lay on the ground, protected by Lu Jin. She opened her eyes. Through the broken window, she saw a few strong figures passing through the window. One of them grabbed a man in black who was swaying in the air. In the darkness, a knife flashed, and the man's throat was slit. One of the figures looked so familiar that Gu Nianji couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wasn't that He Ji-chu? Why was he here? Outside the 10-story building, He Ji-chu and his men took the opportunity to charge out. They walked on the smooth glass surface as if they were walking on flat ground, as fierce as a Spider-Man. In the blink of an eye, he ended the lives of the 4 men in black. He Ji-chu tilted his head slightly. Take the bodies of the 4 traitors away and put them outside the U.S. liaison office in H City. These 4 men in black were Huaxia people, but they worked for the CIA office in H City. They were their peripheral henchmen, not official agents of the CIA, but what was commonly known as temporary workers. He Zhichu had ordered them to place the corpses of these peripheral henchmen outside the CIA office in H City. This was a blatant deterrent. It was both for the CIA and for the Soviets to see. Their actions were clean and efficient. They came with the wind and left with the wind. If it weren't for the fact that the window of the hotel room had been shattered by the bullets, it would have been impossible to tell what had just happened. Gu Nianji and the others lay on the ground for a while. When they saw that there was no more movement outside, they got up trembling. Looking at the glass shards all over the floor and the bullet holes in the wall, Dresden almost cried, "They are-ing. They are they. They're here." Bai Shuang calmed down. As she comforted Dresden, she quickly said to Gu Nianji, "Our original intention was to hire lawyer Gu as Mr. Dresden's lawyer and then go against the U.S. Department of Justice in court. But looking at the Americans, they don't want to give him a chance to live at all." Go against the U.S. Department of Justice in court. Gu Nianji dusted off her clothes and helped Lu Jin stand up. She was very confused. "As far as I know, Mr. Dresden is the one who's being dishonest, right?" This was equivalent to a company employee stealing the company's trade secrets. It was illegal everywhere. Bai Shuang was stunned for a moment. She turned to ask Dresden, "What information did you bring? If it's really illegal?" Dresden was still in shock. He jumped up like a frightened rabbit and shouted, "I didn't do anything illegal. Theoremeting thekram. Doyano watititis prism. They broke the law. They monitored the whole world. Do you know what prism is? Do you know what prism is?" Gu Nianji was shocked. Lu Jin immediately stood in front of her and said to Dresden in English, "Shut up. Up. You scared ladies. Shut up. You're scaring the ladies." Bai Shuang quickly tried to persuade Dresden in a low voice. Dresden took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He apologized to Gu Nianji and nodded to Lu Jin to show his reconciliation. Gu Nianji quickly said, "We can't stay here for the time being. You guys go to my room first and tell me what's going on. Otherwise, I don't know how to help you." Dresden immediately rushed into the room and came out with his backpack. He actively responded to Gu Nianji's call. Bai Shuang and Dresden went out first. Lu Jin fell behind and asked Gu Nianji quietly, "Do you really want to help them? What's your relationship with them?" Gu Nianji didn't know how to explain. She said vaguely, "Bai Shuang and I are good friends. I can't just stand by and do nothing when she's in trouble." Lu Jin obviously didn't understand Gu Nianji's actions, but he didn't object. He only reminded her, "This isn't something you and I can get involved in. You have to be careful." Gu Nianji nodded. She was very grateful to Lu Jin for risking his life to save her. She quickly said, "Mr. Lu, thank you so much for just now. If it wasn't for you, she would probably have been injured just now. She probably wouldn't have died because she had seen He Zhichu." He Zhichu and the others were obviously also staring at the men in black. Lu Jin interrupted her and said calmly, "I saved you. How are you going to thank me?" Gu Nianji, she hadn't thanked him yet, had she? But she really should thank Lu Jin. "How do you want me to thank you?" Gu Nianji walked out of Dresden's room with him and took out her phone to call the police. Lu Jin put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to Gu Nianji's side. The smile on his lips was faintly discernible. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. "I want to go to Disneyland here. Can you stay for a few more days and accompany me to Disneyland?" He looked at Gu Nianji intently. His expression was very nervous, as if he was afraid that she would refuse. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Okay. I want to go to Disneyland too. Let's go together. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 15-16, How are you going to thank me? The rewards and updates would continue at 8:00 in the evening. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Chapter 15-28. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't dislike it at all, Lu Jin let out a long sigh. His brows relaxed, and he smiled. As long as you're happy. The two of them chatted and soon arrived at Gu Nianji's room. Dresden and Bai Shuang were waiting there. Gu Nianji took out her key card and opened the door. She said worriedly, I've already called the police at the front desk. Dresden covered his face and said nervously, Oh, my God. They will know where I am and hunt down. It's over, I'm going to be exposed. They'll know where I am. Gu Nianji said angrily, Shut up. They already knew where you were. Otherwise, how would the assassination have come about? Bai Shuang held back her laughter and translated to Dresden. Dresden's scream stopped abruptly and he froze. Lu Jin stood to the side with his hands in his pockets and looked expressionlessly at the night sky outside the window. He couldn't be bothered to look at Dresden's silly look. He felt that looking at him one more time would lower his IQ. Bai Shuang pulled Gu Nianji to the side and quickly told her everything about Dresden. It turned out that Dresden, as a temporary worker of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and an employee of the CIA, was involved in a new program called PRISM, also known as the PRISM program. It carried out deep surveillance of instant online communications and existing data around the world. He felt that this wasn't right. Not only was it an invasion of other people's privacy, but it was also a huge blow to the free spirit of the internet. It didn't match his beliefs. Therefore, he left the United States with the top-secret surveillance information he had access to. In the end, he was hunted down by the CIA. Gu Nianji had already been caught in the crossfire and had been assassinated once. She glanced at Dresden coldly. She didn't believe a single word of his reasons. But her current priority was to save his and Bai Shuang's lives. Because he must have brought out the top-secret information from the United States. She recalled seeing He Jichu's figure outside the window just now. He must have represented the country against the people who were hunting Dresden. This meant that the Huaxia Empire government was well aware of Dresden's existence. Gu Nianji thought about it for a long time and said slowly, If that's the case, I think we should do it this way. She looked at Dresden's face and said word by word, We'll find the important figures and media here and take the initiative to expose all the facts. At the same time, we'll shout to the American government and tell the world that you're fighting for the privacy of the people of the world and the free spirit of the internet. Only by turning the dark into the light and letting the whole world know that the US government is after you will you have a chance to live. From the moment Gu Nianji saw He Jichu's figure, she realized that Dresden's appearance wasn't just a personal act, but a game between the major powers. As for what information Dresden had taken away and why he had taken it away, only he himself probably knew. Bai Shuang quickly translated Gu Nianji's suggestion to Dresden. Dresden also knew what was good for him. He thought for a moment and immediately nodded. I see good idea, however. Bai Shuang understood what he meant and turned to ask Gu Nianji, Lawyer Gu, do you know any important figures or well-known media outlets that can help? Gu Nianji was about to speak when Lu Jin suddenly turned his head and said, You can contact Lawyer He from the H City Legislative Council. He's a distant relative of the He family in the imperial capital. He's very powerful in the H City Legislative Council, and he's a lawyer. He can help Dresden respond to the lawsuit in the future. Because the U.S. Department of Justice would definitely prosecute Dresden. Bai Shuang glanced at Gu Nianji. She knew what kind of existence the He family in the imperial capital was, but she still trusted Gu Nianji's opinion more. Gu Nianji took out her phone and quickly looked up Lawyer He from the H City Legislative Council. After skimming through his resume, Gu Nianji said happily, "This person isn't bad. He can help Mr. Dresden in every way. You can even stay at his house." This Lawyer He was very rich. He had a mansion halfway up the mountain, so it wouldn't be a problem for two idle people to live in. Bai Shuang saw that Gu Nianji had agreed, so she said with relief, "Okay, let's contact this Lawyer He and see if he's willing to accept our case." She looked at Gu Nianji again. "As for well-known media outlets, does Lawyer Gu have any recommendations?" Gu Nianji had an idea in this regard. In the era of the internet, where social media was booming, the power of self-media was no longer to be underestimated. In order to ensure Dresden's safety, the best way was to use social media to expand the influence as soon as possible. Gu Nianji picked up her phone and began to think about which social media to expose. At that moment, Bai Shuang and Dresden's phones rang. The two of them looked at the same time and saw that it was a call from the hotel's front desk and security system. They said that the hotel had received a call from the police. After coming up to investigate, they found that the situation was serious and had already called the police. The police were here now and wanted to ask them about the situation. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin had also been in Bai Shuang and Dresden's room. The surveillance footage in the corridor showed the four of them coming out of the room together, so the two of them were also called over. The police stood at the door of Dresden's room with their men and sealed off his room. They only questioned him at the door. Zhao Liangze had been sent by Lu Yuan to see what had happened. He stood at the door and took a look. He was stunned by the large broken hole in the window. He turned around and saw Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. He quickly asked, "Lawyer Gu, Mr. Lu, what happened? Are you guys hurt?" Gu Nianji shook her head and remembered that Lu Jin had blocked her way at that time. She quickly asked, "Mr. Lu, are you okay?" Lu Jin said academically, "The lining of my suit jacket contains 10% Kevlar. The chemical name is polyterephthalylterephthaleanidiamine. It's also bulletproof. The hardness of the hotel room's window glass is only 6.5. It's completely impossible for it to penetrate my suit and injure me. You don't have to worry about me." Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangze was used to Lu Jin's style of speaking, so he didn't mind. He turned to see Bai Shuang and was slightly stunned. He remembered this girl. The blunder in the Hilton Hotel's underground bar that night had left a deep impression on him. He glanced at Gu Nianji again. This girl was the one who was spouting nonsense, but he wasn't disgusted. He stood to the side and waited for the police to finish questioning him. The VIP account manager of the Four Seasons Hotel rushed over to apologize to Dresden. He even offered to change his suite and provide him with a month of free accommodation as compensation. The temptation was indeed great. Dresden agreed immediately and moved to the luxurious suite provided by the Four Seasons Hotel. Zhao Liangze followed them over. After making sure that they were all fine, he planned to leave. Gu Nianji remembered Zhao Liangze's job at that moment. Her heart skipped a beat, and she called out to him, "Director Zhao, there's something I need your help with. I wonder if you're willing to join me in this grand undertaking." Zhao Liangze. Speak human. Gu Nianji smiled slightly. It's like this. It wasn't a coincidence that Mr. Dresden's room was shot at today. She told him the whole story and finally said, "We plan to find a well-known media outlet to release some of the information Mr. Dresden has and ask the world for help to avoid being hunted down by the CIA." Zhao Liangze's expression was very serious. If what Mr. Dresden said is true, then this matter is too serious. How can you mess around? Gu Nianji was displeased, but before she could refute Zhao Liangze that she wasn't messing around, Lu Jin had already fired first. Director Zhao, Lawyer Gu's proposal is reasonable, beneficial, and reasonable. She has considered all aspects, and logically speaking, it's very rigorous. From what angle do you think she's messing around? Lu Jin looked at him seriously. If you think this is messing around, do you have a better idea? A more appropriate arrangement. A more rigorous logic. Zhao Liang's face turned red from Lu Jin's words, but he knew that he couldn't argue with Lu Jin. He couldn't argue with him anyway, and even if he was in the right, he was in the wrong. He would be crazy to reason with him. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Lu is right. I was wrong. Zhao Liangzi shook his head helplessly and looked at Gu Nianji. Then how do you want me to help you? Gu Nianji smiled and patted his shoulder. Help Miss Bai and Mr. Dresden get a Twitter account. You're looking for me just for this. Zhao Liangzi didn't believe it was that simple. He, the technical director of the Lu Corporation, was needed. Of course it's not that simple. Gu Nianji crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly. Even the people inside Twitter can't find the IP address of that account. Can you do it? This would have to consider the hacker's ability to hide the IP address. Even the root directory of the server had to be deceived. It was essentially no different from hacking into Twitter's server host. Zhao Liang's deep hacker instincts were immediately ignited by Gu Nianji. His eyes lit up, and he rubbed his palms together. No problem, I can give it a try. Lu Jin glared at Gu Nianji from the side. His lips opened and closed several times, and the words lingered in his mouth. In the end, he swallowed them. He glanced sideways at Zhao Liangzi and said, "This has to be done quickly. How long do you need to create an account with an IP address that even Twitter can't find?" Zhao Liangzi jumped up. "I'll go get my laptop. Just you wait. It shouldn't be more than 12 hours. 12 hours is too much. It should be within 6 hours, which is before dawn tomorrow." Lu Jin's hands were itching to do it, so he suggested, "If you can't do it within 6 hours, then someone else will do it." He looked at Gu Nianji and winked at her desperately. He really wanted to show off his skills in front of her. Unfortunately, Gu Nianji's attention was all on Zhao Liangzi. Seeing that Zhao Liangzi had agreed, she happily reached out her hand. "You can do it." The two of them high-fived in the air to set the time. Zhao Liangzi hurried back to his room to get his laptop. Gu Nianji held her phone and continued to search for the contact information of the legislator, Lawyer He. Bai Shuang was explaining to Dresden in a low voice the method that Gu Nianji and the others had just discussed. No one paid attention to Lu Jin. Lu Jin felt a little irritated. He took out his phone and quickly wrote a small program to calm himself down. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1517, You Don't Have to Worry About Me. The first update of the 100,000 Qidian coins that the leader of PPL had rewarded in February had arrived. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Good night, little angels. Chapter 1529. Zhao Liangzi rushed in excitedly with his laptop. Lu Jin put his phone back in his pocket, took off his suit jacket, and hung it on his arm. He looked at Gu Nianji and said, "Lawyer Gu, Director Zhao is here to help. Why don't we all go back and rest?" Gu Nianji raised her head from her phone and looked at Zhao Liangzi, then at Bai Shuang, who had moved closer to Zhao Liangzi to look at the computer screen with him. She pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Okay, then I'll go back with you." As she spoke, she winked at Bai Shuang. "Bai Shuang, I'm leaving first. You should rest early too. Director Zhao will probably have to stay up all night." Bai Shuang stood up in embarrassment and said softly, "Sorry to trouble you, Lawyer Gu. Rest early. I'll go to the kitchen to make coffee. How could people who stayed up all night not have coffee? Gu Nianji waved at her, then coughed at Zhao Liangzi. Director Zhao, I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Liangzi didn't even raise his head as he replied calmly, no problem. Come see the results tomorrow morning. Lu Jin scoffed and shrugged. It doesn't matter if there's no result tomorrow. Lawyer Gu, I'll help you find a better software engineer. It'll be done within 3 minutes. Zhao Liangzi slowly raised his head and glanced at Lu Jin. He snorted and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Lu, bragging has to be taxed. I won't be sending you off. Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi had been ridiculed too harshly by Lu Jin, so she quickly held back her laughter and spoke up for him. Director Zhao, don't scare Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu was just joking. Lu Jin frowned and stood at the door blocking the door. With a serious expression, he said, I'm not joking. Gu Nianji, you don't have to pay taxes for bragging, unless you're bragging on the financial statements of a listed company and exaggerating the income data, also known as making false accounts, then you have to pay taxes. Lu Jin was very serious and did not let Zhao Liangzi off at all. Zhao Liangzi thumped his forehead in exasperation. How could he forget? She couldn't say another word to someone like Lu Jin. Zhao Liangzi gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Gu Nianji tugged at Lu Jin's sleeve in amusement and whispered, Mr. Lu, let's go. We still have a lot to do. Lu Jin's irritation was immediately soothed. He smiled and said, yes, what happened here has nothing to do with us. We're going to Disneyland tomorrow. Go to bed early today. Gu Nianji quickly walked out of Dresden's luxurious suite with Lu Jin and went back to her room to rest. She was really exhausted from the evening. After returning to her room and taking a shower, Gu Nianji climbed into bed. However, she could not fall asleep. Today was her 20th birthday, but she was spending it all alone. For the past few years, the birthday party had never been so deserted. Although it was his choice, he was not used to it. Gu Nianji thought about it, then took out her phone and sent herself a text message, Nianji, happy birthday to you. Have a happy birthday every year. Come on. After sending the text message to herself, she still wanted to continue. Then, he took his laptop and registered 2 new accounts online. He named one Hua Xiaoheng and the other Gu Xiangwen. Then, he used the 2 newly registered accounts to send himself a text message. Hua Xiaoheng, my little darling, happy birthday to you. I miss you so much that I want to kiss you. Gu Xiangwen, my precious daughter, Daddy wishes you a happy birthday from heaven. She looked at the 2 new text messages on her phone with satisfaction. She pasted them on and kissed the 2 names. She thought to herself, who isn't a drama queen? She was able to play the role of a triangle perfectly. She put away her phone and was about to go to sleep when her phone vibrated again. Someone was calling. Gu Nianji looked at the name on her phone. It was He Qingjian. She frowned. She didn't want to pick it up, but the other party kept calling. In the end, she swiped open her phone and answered the call. She said indifferently, hello, General He. It's so late. What's the matter? He Qingjian could hear the distance and estrangement in her tone, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, Nianji, today is your 20th birthday. Uncle He wishes you a happy birthday. Gu Nianji, she had always had a lot of opinions and resentment towards He Qingjian, but she couldn't hate such a late-night happy birthday call. She held her phone for a while and nodded. Thank you, Uncle He. From General He to Uncle He, the change in how she addressed him was enough to prove the change in her state of mind. He Qingjian laughed. Good girl, I gave you a birthday present. Go buy something you like. Ji Chu is out on a mission and can't celebrate your birthday with you. He asked me to say happy birthday on his behalf. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart. No matter how much He Qingjian had done to her, she had to admit that He Qingjian was a good father to He Zichu. Thank you, Uncle He. Young master, he celebrated my birthday a few days ago. Gu Nianji's voice softened. Take care of yourself, and tell him to take care of himself. Okay, I know. Thank you, Nianji. He Qingjian said a few more words of concern before putting down the phone. As soon as He Qingjian hung up, Gu Nianji saw a text message about a bank transfer. A 7-figure sum of money was transferred to her bank account, and the message was, Happy birthday. It was from He Qingjian. This was He Qingjian's birthday present for her. What a generous gift. Gu Nianji, who had been struggling with half a month's salary because of Lu Jin's meal yesterday, had immediately become a rich woman again. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought about going to Disneyland tomorrow. She could pay the bill herself and wouldn't have to borrow someone else's car. Lu Jin smiled and returned to the presidential suite that he and Lu Yuan shared. He saw that Lu Yuan had already returned and was sitting on the sofa reading documents. You're in such a good mood. Lu Yuan put down the documents and picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. What's the good news? I'm going to Disneyland with Nianji tomorrow. Lu Jin was very proud. He looked at himself in the mirror and threw the suit on his arm onto the sofa. Lu Yuan frowned. Have you been interacting with Nianji too much lately? You know that someone has been spying on Nianji, right? Lu Jin's face darkened. You don't have to tell me. Of course I know. Qin Jining, that little guy with a low IQ since he was young, even learned to spy on others. If I don't bring him into the ditch tomorrow, I'll write my name backwards. Lu Yuan scoffed. Seeing that he knew what he was doing, he didn't say anything else. At the same time, in the study of the He family's mansion in the imperial capital, He Qingjian had just ended his call with Gu Nianji. He put on his reading glasses and read the briefing from H City sent by his subordinates. Dresden's matter was going smoothly. A few of the CIA's peripheral henchmen had been killed, and their bodies had been placed at the entrance of the CIA's office in H City. It had indeed given them a shock. A group of people went to the police station in H City to call the police, but they couldn't provide any clues. Instead, because of the guns and bullets they had on them, they were found to be related to the attack at the Four Seasons Hotel that night. The CIA's office in H City was in a mess and had lost face. He Zichu didn't have to worry about it for the time being. He smiled in satisfaction and tapped his fingers on the desk. He hummed an opera, I'll Beat You with a Steel Whip, as he continued to read. Next was the news about Gu Nianji. He had arranged for someone to secretly protect Gu Nianji. Of course, they were also monitoring her. Every once in a while, someone would report Gu Nianji's situation in detail. As he read, the corners of his lips gradually drooped. His brows furrowed. Because the briefing clearly stated that Gu Nianji had deliberately approached Xie Qingying and asked about Gu Xiangwen and Xie Xian's whereabouts. It was fine if she asked Gu Xiangwen. No matter what, Gu Xiangwen was her biological father. Although He Qingjian hated Gu Xiangwen very much, if Gu Nianji returned to this side and ignored her biological father, He Qingjian couldn't help but think that she was cold. Now it was just right. One more would be too much, and one less would be heartless. He Qingjian was very satisfied. However, he was not happy that Gu Nianji had asked about Xie Xian. Who was Xie Xian? What did it have to do with her? Xie Xian was Hu Xiaoheng's biological grandmother in the other world. Gu Nianji was also looking for her in this world. Wasn't it because she had ulterior motives? He Qingjian's face darkened as he carefully read the conversation between Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying a few more times. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Gu Nianji had actually asked Xie Qingying if the Xia family had asked the KGB of the Soviet Union to help find someone. That's right, why hadn't he thought of that? 3 years ago, He Qingjian had used his own country's field personnel to find someone in the Soviet Union, so he hadn't alerted the Soviet Union's official agencies. In fact, if they wanted to find someone in the Soviet Union, if the KGB of the Soviet Union was ranked second, no one would dare to rank first. There were only people they didn't want to find, and there was no one they couldn't find. He Qingjian thought of the encrypted telegram sent by the Soviet Union for help. He patted his head and called his personal secretary. He said, "Call the Soviet Union back and ask their KGB system to help find someone." The only daughter of the older generation of the Xia family, Xie Zian. This time, the Soviet Union had indeed put in a lot of effort for the American Dresden. The Soviet Union's national leader, Putin, had personally called him this morning to ask for his help. He Qingjian took the opportunity to ask for some benefits for the country. For example, he asked to buy a few Soviet White Swan nuclear strategic bombers. This would have been impossible in the past, but this time, Putin agreed immediately and sold them 3 at a preferential price. He Qingjian felt that he could make another request, and that was to ask the KGB of the Soviet Union to help find Xie Zian's whereabouts. This time, regardless of whether she was alive or dead, there would definitely be a result. After the personal secretary called the Soviet Union back, He Qingjian's emotions were very complicated. He couldn't figure out whether he wanted Xie Zian to be alive or if he wanted her to be dead long ago. Before dawn, the Soviet Union sent him a message and gave him a clear answer. It turned out that Xie Zian had joined the KGB not long after she went to the Soviet Union. She was once one of the few female higher-ups in the KGB, had a short marriage history, and had 2 children. No wonder they couldn't find Xie Zian's whereabouts no matter what. It turned out that she had joined the KGB. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1518, Happy Birthday to Myself. At 8:00 in the evening, the monthly tickets would be 3,500 with advance updates. Yes, next would be the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. P.S. Nyang Nyang and Duku reading are all charged according to 1,000 words, that is, less than 1,000 words, there is no charge. I have never charged according to the number of words on the 1,000-word card. Each chapter is a few hundred more words than the whole book. These are all free. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1530. The KGB of the Soviet Union had stated in the secret telegram that Xie Zian had passed away for many years, and they had also sent him the address of her grave so that he could pay his respects at any time. However, the name and identity on the tombstone were already that of another person. It wasn't Xie Zian. Only the photo on the tombstone showed that it was her. They claimed that Xie Zian's name had been completely erased from the moment she joined the KGB. He Qingjian looked at the simple information and was speechless for a long time. He had only asked the KGB of the Soviet Union about Xie Zian, but he hadn't expected her to have 2 children. Those 2 children should still be alive, right? According to the age, Xie Zian should have descendants in the generation of grandchildren. Did this mean that they really had a Huashaoheng on their side? However, he wasn't in Huaxia, but in the Soviet Union. This was also the reason why he hadn't been able to find the whereabouts of the Huo family after searching the entire country for 3 to 4 years, right? Because they weren't in the country at all, but in the Soviet Union. Of course, this was only He Qingjian's speculation. For now, he only had this one chance to ask the KGB. He wouldn't have any other chance to ask them for more information. Moreover, now that the other party had indicated that Xie Zian had once been a high-ranking member of the KGB, if he continued to inquire about her descendants, he would be suspected of stealing secrets. No wonder she had no contact with the Xia family not long after she went to the Soviet Union. The Xia family all thought that she had died in that major battle. It was very likely that the KGB had given her fake information to fake her death to change her identity. He Qingjian pondered that Xia Xian had joined the KGB as a Huaxia citizen and had become a high-ranking member. Her previous identity must have been completely erased, so it was impossible for her to contact her previous family. The KGB of the Soviet Union wouldn't be at ease with her continuing to contact her previous family. As long as she contacted them, there was a possibility that her identity would be exposed. If He Qingjian hadn't asked about it when the Soviet Union needed his help, the KGB wouldn't have told him about it, right? Whether it was in the military or on the secret front, everyone followed the principle of, if you don't ask, I don't tell. Moreover, the KGB didn't want the Xia family to know about her. This was explained in the secret telegram to He Qingjian. The Xia family definitely didn't want to know about this either. Xia Beichen was now the prime minister. Which prime minister of any country would be willing to admit that he had a relative who used to be the intelligence chief of another country? Do you still want to be elected as prime minister in the future? He Qingjian sat in the study until dawn. After pondering for an entire night, he hid the secret message in the safe. The next day, the weather in H City was very good. At the end of October in H City, the pink and purple silk kapok was in full bloom, and the air seemed to be filled with a sweet fragrance. Gu Nianji woke up early in the morning and planned to go to Disneyland. Today was supposed to be the day for the guests to return to Sea City. Since morning, people had been checking out of their rooms and boarding planes. There were only 3 people invited from Gu Nianji's law firm. Of course, their newly hired employees were not qualified to attend the Lu Corporation's celebration party. Lawyer Jean had called her and knew that she had something to do, so he wanted to stay for a few more days. Jean Dazhuang did not refuse. After all, he was dealing with the senior executives of the Lu Corporation. He could treat it as public relations for the law firm. Therefore, Jean Dazhuang was very generous and tolerant to her. He agreed immediately and even let her play for a few more days without worrying about her work at the law firm. Moreover, she was already a partner at the law firm, so she had more freedom in her work schedule. Gu Nianji tidied herself up and went to Lawyer Jean and Xiao Zhang's room to say goodbye to them. She sent them on the bus to the airport. Xiao Zhang was extremely envious. He repeatedly asked Gu Nianji to bring her some figurines and snacks when she went back. Gu Nianji agreed with a smile. She stood at the entrance of the hotel and watched the airport bus drive away. She was carrying a backpack and wearing light white sneakers, juicy couture. Her hair was combed in a ponytail and she wore a pair of big sunglasses. She looked like she was going on a trip. After waiting at the entrance of the hotel for a while, she looked at her watch. It was almost 9:30 p.m. If she didn't leave now, the line would get too crowded. She found out on the internet that Disneyland here was always crowded. She often had to line up for an hour or two to play the popular attractions. Just as she picked up her phone to call Lu Jin, she heard her phone ring. She picked it up and saw that it was the phone number Lu Jin had given her yesterday. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Lu, are you still going to Disneyland?" "Of course." Lu Jin's voice came from the phone with a smile. "But we're playing a game today." "What game?" "Tell me quickly." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she was eager to try. She couldn't help but look forward to today's trip to Disneyland. "I'll go in first and leave you clues along the way. You'll follow the clues I left behind and finally meet at the exit. If you can recognize me, you'll win this game." Gu Nianji found it extremely interesting and quickly said, "What's the prize?" "What if I lose?" Lu Jin laughed loudly. "If you win, I'll give you a big gift." "If you lose." He paused and finally said, "Then you'll play Disneyland with me again." Gu Nianji bent over with laughter and said, "Then I'll take advantage of you. How about this, if I lose, I'll treat you to French food, okay?" "Ha! Aren't you almost out of money?" Lu Jin was surprised. "If you treat me to French food again, aren't you afraid that you won't have money to go back?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji shook her finger. "First of all, even if I don't have money, I won't be unable to go back, because the Lu Corporation bought us a round-trip ticket. I've already changed my ticket. Second of all, how do you know I don't have money? I just made a small fortune, so it's more than enough to treat you to French food." Lu Jin heard that Gu Nianji's words were clear, logical, and well-organized. He didn't think she was being disobedient. Instead, he was overjoyed. He nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, the game officially begins. I'll go first. You can come back in half an hour." "Got it." Gu Nianji nodded. "I'll get in the car now. I'll be there in about half an hour." Gu Nianji waved her hand and got into a taxi to Disneyland. Lu Jin was already standing at the entrance of Disneyland. He looked at the three girls in front of him who were dressed exactly like Gu Nianji and said, "Today, you have to go in 3 different directions and play in Disneyland. Remember not to meet each other. If you meet each other, all your pay for today will be cancelled." "Don't worry, sir. We won't meet each other. Disneyland is so big, and there are only 3 of us. How will we meet each other?" "Don't worry." The 3 girls' figures were exactly the same as Gu Nianji. They had the same long hair tied into a ponytail, wore the same sunglasses, and carried the same backpacks. If Gu Nianji stood with them, she would look like quadruplets. Lu Jin gave them a thumbs up. "Fun. Remember my conditions. After today, these outfits will all be yours." As he spoke, he put a lion's head mask on his head. He was dressed in a Lion King cartoon costume and looked like a large walking lion. At 9:30, Disneyland opened its doors. Disneyland in H City looked like a large scorpion from the air. From the scorpion's tail, the first attraction was American Town. Further ahead was the Adventure Forest. The artificial river in the forest was winding, waiting for everyone to explore. On the left side of the door were Grizzly Valley, Misty Manor, and Rebel Army Base Camp. On the right side of the door were Fantasy World and Tomorrow's World. The crowd waiting at the door swarmed in. The 3 were dressed in juicy young girls in black couture sportswear with sapphire trim mingled with the crowd. One entered every 10 minutes. Not long after, the field personnel responsible for secretly protecting and monitoring Gu Nianji also entered Disneyland. They were all separated and protected each other. They did not contact each other and did not know of each other's existence. Therefore, Lu Jin was able to adopt the strategy of divide and conquer, and defeat them one by one, to lure them away. Qin Jining was the last to arrive. He wasn't fooled by Lu Jin's smoke bomb. He had been following the real Gu Nianji. However, he clearly saw Gu Nianji get out of the taxi and enter the main entrance with the tickets she had bought online. However, when he was about to follow her further, a group of staff members dressed in Disney costumes suddenly ran out of the rooms of the American Town attraction. Among them were the familiar Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Big Yellow, Snow White, the 7 Dwarfs, Cinderella and her stepmother, 2 sisters, a pumpkin cart, a fairy, and even the dragon in Mulan. It was like the dragon lanterns dancing in a small town in the countryside during the spring festival, circling around in front of them. Qin Jining and the group of tourists who had just entered the door were immediately surrounded by the cartoon characters and the long line. Then, the open-air loudspeakers began to play cheerful Disney movie music. The staff members in cartoon costumes invited everyone to sing and dance, instantly stirring up the atmosphere. The tourists were crazy with joy. They all took out selfie sticks, held their phones, and opened the beauty camera app. They took beautiful photos of themselves and their group members from various angles and immediately uploaded them to their various WeChat moments and Weibo. Qin Jining's eyes were surrounded by selfie sticks, blocking his view. Gu Nianji, who was carrying a backpack, disappeared from his sight. He was anxious. Finally, ignoring the complaints and rolling eyes of those people, he pushed them away with all his might and squeezed out of the cartoon characters and the long line. Behind him was the direction of the gate. Tourists kept walking in happily. When they saw that there were cartoon characters taking photos here, of course they all ran over immediately. In front of them was the Adventure World attraction. It was a tropical jungle. Qin Jining couldn't help feeling nervous. This was the first time he had lost track of his target. Most importantly, this wasn't a dangerous place, but a bustling Disneyland. Damn it, how strange. Qin Jining muttered. He turned on his Bluetooth headset and began to contact his own people to ask them to check on Gu Nianji's whereabouts. At that moment, he saw Gu Nianji's figure walking towards the Adventure World and quickly chased after her. There was a forest river tour in the Adventure World. The man-made lake that had been dug out surrounded the tropical rainforest. It was quite like Tarzan of the Apes. Qin Jining dove in. He clearly saw Gu Nianji's figure turn behind a big tree, so he quickly followed her. Suddenly, a gorilla hung upside down from a tree and roared at him. Qin Jining was caught off guard and subconsciously tried to avoid the big furry head. He took a few steps back, but another gorilla appeared behind him. The two gorillas aimed at the target and attacked from the front and back. They collided together, causing Qin Jining to be dizzy. He slipped and fell into the river. The Disneyland guards and lifeguards quickly received the news and ran over with a stretcher. They rescued Qin Jining and dragged him away in the ambulance. As Qin Jining lay in the ambulance in a daze and was being injected by the nurse, he suddenly remembered that there were no real gorillas in Disneyland. They were all Tarzan of the Apes dressed up by the staff. This is today's second monthly ticket for 3,500 plus updates, Chapter 1519, Take It to the Ditch. Yes, next is the time to ask for tickets. Don't be careless and throw them over. Good night, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1531. By the time Qin Jining had completely figured it out, the anesthetic the nurse had injected into him had taken effect. The moment he fell unconscious, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. However, it was too late to feel uneasy. He wouldn't be able to continue protecting Gu Nianji in secret for at least half a day. He could only pray that this was H-City, and the security wasn't that bad. Gu Nianji carried her backpack and walked briskly through the gate of Disneyland. The first attraction after entering the door was American Town. On both sides of the street were the buildings of American rural towns. The walls were the color of smoke, and the roofs were grayish-blue. It did not look like a modern American rural town, but an ancient European town in the 18th century. Hakuna, the theme song from the Disney movie The Lion King, plays all around. Matata, the Swahili language of the Bantu languages of Africa, meant, don't worry, or, no problem. It means no worries for the rest of Fierdes, it's our problem-free philosophy Hakuna Matata. Be carefree all day long. Relax. All difficulties will be far away. Hakuna Matata. The cheerful tune echoed in Gu Nianji's ears. Her mood was like the October sunshine in South China, bright, cheerful, warm, and uplifting. Gu Nianji couldn't help tapping her feet and dancing with the staff dressed as cartoon characters in front of her. She really did not expect that there would be a movie like The Lion King here, and that there would be such good music. She sang and danced happily with the crowd. She had never felt this kind of relaxed feeling, even in the other world, when she was with Hua Xiaoheng. It was as if he had returned to his carefree childhood, a time when he didn't have a strong sense of self. It was the pure and transparent world of a child. When she looked at the blue sky, it was the blue sky. When she looked at the white clouds, they were the white clouds. The surrounding green trees and red flowers, the gray walls and blue tiles did not have any special meaning. Their existence could make people feel happy. This was purely a child's world, and it was also the time when Gu Nianji's memory was missing. She was not 12 when she opened her eyes. She, too, had a babyhood and a toddler's childhood. What was she like at that time? Had her childhood been as carefree as these children? Did it have something to do with the song, Hakuna, just like Matata, as long as you relax, all difficulties will be far away? Gu Nianji's thoughts gradually drifted away, but she was pulled back by the cheerful song. Yes, why think so much? Be carefree and joyful and sing along. She couldn't stop laughing. She was as cheerful as a lark. When the children heard her singing out of tune, they pointed at her and laughed. She did not get angry. She made a face at them and continued to sing out of tune as if no one was around. At this moment, she was just a child. Children were allowed to make mistakes. It was normal for children to sing off-key. When the children saw that she didn't mind, they were too embarrassed to laugh at her and ran over to hold her hand. Everyone circled around the cartoon characters and sang. Gu Nianji was so happy that she forgot everything else. In the past 30 minutes, she had laughed more than she had in the past 2 months. After the song ended, she went to a roadside stall to buy ice cream. Just as she was about to give the money to the ice cream seller, the man suddenly asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Gu Nianji?" Gu Nianji froze as she held the ice cream. "Do I know you?" The man smiled and said, "Someone asked me to give this to you." He handed her a golden lucky star that was folded out of paper. Gu Nianji took it curiously. As she ate the ice cream, she walked to the side of the road and looked at the golden lucky star over and over again. She was sure that it was the clue that Lu Jin had mentioned. Gu Nianji didn't see anything special on the surface of the lucky star. She carefully took it apart. There was a sentence written on the golden cardboard: "Find the place where little Simba first proved his courage and get his first gift." Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. This Lu Jin was really interesting. How did he know that she liked to play this kind of game? She turned the golden cardboard back into the lucky star and put it in her backpack. With the ice cream in her mouth, she narrowed her eyes as she sized up the theme park. Little Simba was the main character in the Disney movie, The Lion King. The place where he first proved his courage in the movie was to explore the elephant graveyard. But this was Disneyland. How could there be an elephant graveyard? Gu Nianji blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like 2 rows of small fans. She suddenly saw the Dumbo's spinning world not far away. The beautiful Dumbo over there must be the answer to that piece of paper. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She threw the rest of the ice cream in her hand into the trash can and ran towards the most beautiful blue Dumbo at the front of the Dumbo's spinning world. The Dumbo here was actually a merry-go-round ride. 2 people could sit on each Dumbo, and it was as if everyone was flying on the Dumbo. There were many cartoon characters around them. It was still the same Disney style, singing and dancing, and they were so happy that they could fly. Gu Nianji ran over and smiled at the blue Dumbo. "I found you." The place where little Simba first proved his courage. As soon as she finished speaking, a cartoon character who looked like Timon from The Lion King walked over to her. He smiled and gave her an exquisite pink gift box. "This is Miss Prize. Please accept it." Gu Nianji happily took it and said thank you to the person. She then ran to the side of the road and couldn't wait to open the gift box. Inside the gift box was an exquisite and beautiful phone. She picked it up and saw that it was the latest iPhone phone. It was no different from the one she was using. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and saw that there were two pieces of paper in the box. The first one said, "This is a special phone for Nianji. It is equipped with a graphene battery specially made for Nianji. It has a strong battery storage capacity. It can be recharged for 20 years. It's a secret." 20 years. Gu Nianji couldn't help screaming. She remembered this kind of battery. In the other world, Hu Xiaoheng's mother, Song Jining, had personally polished and made graphene batteries. They had a strong battery storage capacity. When installed in Hu Xiaoheng's uncle, Wu Guanyuan's phone, they could be recharged for 10 years. The graphene battery she had here had a standby capacity of 20 years. The duration was twice as long as Wu Guanyuan's phone. Gu Nianji had long coveted that kind of battery, but because the production method was too complicated and time-consuming, she had never mentioned it to Song Jining. She hadn't expected her wish to be strangely fulfilled in this world. Gu Nianji was so excited that her face turned red. After playing with the phone for a while, she carefully placed the new phone in her backpack and looked at the second piece of paper. This was the second clue: find the second place where little Simba proved his courage and get the second gift. In the movie, the second place where little Simba proved his courage was through a canyon. There, he was chased by a herd of galloping antelopes. Gu Nianji was completely immersed in the game. She raised her head and looked round. Canyon, canyon. She had to find a place similar to the canyon in the movie, The Lion King. As far as she could see, she couldn't see any attractions that looked like canyons. Gu Nianji took out a map that she had picked up when she entered the park and immediately saw the scenic spot, Grizzly Valley. It must be here. She excitedly ran towards Grizzly Valley. The scenic spot there actually looked like the early gold rush in the western United States. However, on the surface, the gray rocks and yellow mountains looked very similar to the canyons of the Central African savanna. A gold rush train passed in front of her. Gu Nianji covered her face with her hands like a small trumpet and shouted, "I found you." The place where little Simba proved his courage for the second time. From a small room at the train station next to the canyon, a cartoon character dressed in the warthog Pumbaa from The Lion King walked out and handed her a second gift box with a smile. "Congratulations, miss. This is your gift." Gu Nianji smiled and said thank you to him. She took the gift box and held it in her arms before quickly running out of the valley. When she arrived at the rest area outside the valley, she found a place with no one around and opened the gift box. Inside the black gift box lay a photo and a car key. On one side of the red car key was her English name, Sirius. On the other side was a galloping pony. This was the Ferrari car key. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the photo again. It was almost exactly the same as the customized Ferrari sports car that Hu Xiaoheng had given her in the other world. Could it be that even the sports car had a counterpart? Gu Nianji felt a little dizzy. Happiness came so quickly like a whirlwind that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Gu Nianji clutched her chest and took a few deep breaths. She tried her best to calm herself down. She looked at the back of the photo. There were a few lines of words written on it. A customized Ferrari sports car for Nianji. It's waiting for you in Sea City. Keep it a secret. Gu Nianji couldn't stop smiling. She thought to herself that Lu Jin was so funny. How could she keep such a big sports car a secret? She shook her head and put the car key into her backpack. The temptation of the phone gift was too great. She would definitely take it. But she wouldn't take this sports car. When she saw Lu Jin later, she would return the car key to him. Then she looked at the third clue in the gift box. Last stop, little Simba is in danger. The place where the Lion King father went to save him. Get the ultimate gift. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She began to feel that something was wrong. But she couldn't connect the dots at the moment. Her heart was confused, and her mind couldn't keep up. She stood by the side of the road for a while and looked at the children running around in front of her. She couldn't help but be attracted by their joy. She heard Hakuna again. The relaxing tune of Matata suddenly made her feel enlightened. She quickly put aside all her worries and ran to her last stop. Little Simba was in danger in Antelope Canyon. However, the place where the Lion King father went to save him was not a canyon, but a cliff. And the only place in the entire Disneyland that could be close to the cliff was the Adventure Forest. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1520, Relax. They would continue to reward and update at 8 p.m. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1532. The Adventure Forest at Disneyland in H City was a scenic spot that was modeled after a Thai rainforest. A man-made river meandered through the area, and there were people rowing rafts on the river. The trees in the scenic spot blocked out the sun, and the light was very dim. Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all. She was actually a very cautious person, but she had an unusual amount of trust in Lu Jin. She knew that Lu Jin wouldn't hurt her, just as she knew that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't hurt her. She stood at the entrance of the Adventure Forest for a while, and from time to time, tourists would walk in with their children. The winding path blocked her view, and it looked like a maze. Such a place wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. How was she going to find the place where the Lion King fell off the cliff in the movie? Gu Nianji's beautiful long eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her brows twitched slightly. She suddenly thought of something. She opened her backpack and took out the first gift Lu Jin had given her, the phone with a graphene battery. She pressed the power button and entered the phone. She set up face recognition and looked at the contents of the phone. As expected, she opened the map on her phone. The place where she was standing showed the location of Disneyland in H City, and a small blue dot was lit up 45 degrees in front of her. Gu Nianji immediately walked towards the blue dot. She believed that the blue dot didn't exist for no reason. It must have been a clue given to her by Lu Jin. From the map, the straight line distance from where she was standing to the blue dot wasn't far. But the problem was, how could there be a straight line distance for her to walk in the rainforest? Every time she got closer, she would have to take a lot of detours. Gradually, she noticed that there were fewer and fewer tourists around her. Finally, she was the only one left. She arrived at a canyon surrounded by low rockery on all sides. This was a tropical rainforest, and there were thick vines wrapped around it. It looked very eerie. The leaves were so dense that not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate through. She stood in the middle of the canyon, as if she was in a special IMAX theater surrounded by a bowl. Was this the place? Gu Nianji hesitated for a moment and said softly, "This is where little Simba was in danger. Daddy Lion King went to save him and fell off the cliff." Her words were like a voice, and she had activated her voice-activated equipment. A fine light suddenly lit up in the dense forest. The light shone through the leaves and onto the clearing not far in front of her. The dark green leaves above his head, the dim tree trunk beside him, and the dark blue flowers at his feet were all lit up by the light. The canyon wasn't big, so the light seemed to be within reach of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji stared fixedly at the light in front of her and found that it was changing and combining, finally forming a holographic virtual image. A huge, majestic lion. This lion looked very realistic, as if a real lion was standing in front of her. However, Gu Nianji wasn't afraid at all because the lion's gaze was too warm and kind. It looked at her and raised its front paw. Its voice was deep and thick, the kind of subwoofer that Gu Nianji loved to hear. It was reading a line from the Disney cartoon The Lion King. That was when little Simba became an adult and couldn't accept his responsibilities as the Lion King. When he was confused and helpless, his dead father appeared from the stars and said this. It was also Gu Nianji's favorite line in the entire movie. Simba Yuhaviten. Yuhaviten Wayuhueran so you have foughten. Lu consider yourself Simbi Warmarathan what do you have a be? Remember how you were Warme killed Anthi and Lickle for me Olif. Remember how you were always Betheraphoria. Simba Michael please don't fet me. Little Simba, you have forgotten who I am. Because you forgot who you are, you also forgot me. Ask your own heart, you will be better and stronger than you are now. Remember who you are. You are my child, the only child I will ever have. Remember who you are. I will always be by your side. Little Simba, my child, please, do not forget me. It was clearly a line from a movie, and when she listened carefully, it was slightly different from the lines in the movie. However, for some reason, Gu Nianji suddenly burst into tears. She quickly took out a tissue and wiped her tears. At this time, the lion in the holographic image suddenly changed its tone. It no longer spoke English but Chinese. The last clue. Find Lu Jin within 10 minutes and you'll win. You'll get the ultimate prize. Gu Nianji was stunned. She quickly wiped away her tears and watched the holographic image of the lion in front of her slowly disappear. F***CK. She still had to find Lu Jin to get the award. Gu Nianji couldn't care less about the strange feeling in her heart. She quickly began to search for traces of Lu Jin in the adventure forest. She only had 10 minutes. She had taken almost 20 minutes to explore the entire forest. Gu Nianji was anxious, so she started running. As she walked out of the canyon, she gradually saw other tourists. She ran over and tilted her head to look at them one by one. No, none of them. Where was Lu Jin hiding? The last question was too tricky. Not only did she not have any clues, but she also had to find him from so many tourists. What was even worse was that there was a time limit. Gu Nianji wanted to hit someone. She angrily ran out of the adventure forest and looked at the time. 9 minutes had passed. Suddenly, a tall, thin man in black casual clothes flashed past in front of her. It was Lu Jin from the back. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She quickly ran over and patted the man on the shoulder. I found you, Mr. Lu. The man turned around and asked inexplicably, Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else, right? My surname isn't Lu. It wasn't Lu Jin. Gu Nianji was extremely embarrassed. She quickly said, I'm sorry. I really mistook you for someone else. She quickly turned around and left, continuing to search the crowd. How was she going to find Lu Jin? Did he really not leave any clues? Gu Nianji's gaze wandered and she caught a glimpse of a cartoon character dressed as a Lion King by the side of the road. Her heart skipped a beat and she was about to walk over when she saw a man in a navy blue casual suit from the corner of her eye. His back was exactly the same as Lu Jin's. She instinctively ran over. This time, she didn't rashly pat him. Instead, she said politely, Sir, someone's looking for you. The man turned around. Gu Nianji was shocked. It wasn't Lu Jin. She quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. The man smiled, nodded slightly, and continued walking forward. Gu Nianji turned around again and saw the cartoon character dressed as a Lion King by the side of the road. She slowly walked towards him. Mr. Lu, you're so cunning. She frowned. You actually used 2 doubles to confuse me. The cartoon character dressed as a Lion King laughed. It was Lu Jin's voice. He raised his wrist and pointed. 10 minutes have passed. Miss Gu, you've lost. Gu Nianji stomped her feet. You cheated. Actually, I saw you just now, but another person who looked like you from the back came out. Yes, eyes can sometimes lie, Lu Jin said meaningfully. But a loss is a loss. Can't you afford to lose? Of course not. Gu Nianji shook her head seriously. I'm a very good gambler. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Lu Jin looked down at her and took out another cartoon costume from behind him. I said that if you lose, you'll play Disneyland with me again. Gu Nianji, what did he mean? Lu Jin handed the cartoon costume to Gu Nianji. This is my condition. How about you pretend to be little Simba and play with me, the old Lion King, for the day? So that's how it is. Gu Nianji smiled like a flower. Okay. No problem. Don't be in a hurry to answer. Lu Jin's voice had a hint of a smile. Since you're putting on a show, you have to put on a show. You're little Simba, and I'm the old Lion King. What should you call me? Daddy, of course. Gu Nianji said casually as she took the cartoon costume from Lu Jin. Lu Jin's hand stiffened, and he gripped the costume tightly. Gu Nianji tugged at it, but he didn't take it. Mr. Lu. She looked over in confusion. Lu Jin took a few deep breaths and came back to his senses. He smiled softly and said, Wrong, what should you call me? I haven't changed yet. I'll call you Daddy after I change. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. The little worry in her heart was gone, and she felt even more relaxed. Lu Jin took her backpack and watched as Gu Nianji put on the little Simba outfit and put on the headgear. They were like two lions, one big and one small, playing at Disneyland. Gu Nianji had never expected Lu Jin to be as crazy as a young man at his age. They went on the Cinderella merry-go-round, took the high-speed train in Grizzly Valley, went on an adventure in Winnie the Pooh, and went on a postmodern space saucer and a dark, blurry mansion. Gu Nianji was panting after playing all these games, but Lu Jin was still in high spirits. Why is little Simba so weak? He's not even as strong as a middle-aged lion like me. Lu Jin smiled and rubbed her little lion hood. From now on, you have to run every morning. You can't sleep in. Gu Nianji thought of Hua Xiaoheng when he said that. She said proudly, someone used to urge me to run. Now that he's not by my side, I want to take the opportunity to slack off. Lu Jin, only Gu Nianji could describe slacking off in such a refreshing and refined manner. Okay, the game's over. Are you tired? If you're tired, we'll go back. Lu Jin led Gu Nianji to a secluded place and took off the hood. It hadn't been easy for him to be the Lion King for the whole day. Gu Nianji took off little Simba's hood. She wasn't out of character yet. She smiled and said, Okay, Daddy. Lu Jin's expression changed slightly. He looked at her gently and rubbed her head again. This time, he rubbed her soft black hair. Be good. Then he took her hood as if nothing had happened and put it in a bag. Gu Nianji finally realized what she had said. She was very embarrassed and stammered, Mr. Lu, I was too immersed in character. She was addicted to playing little Simba. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1521, Too Immersed in Character. This was the second update of the 100,000 Chidian coins given to the leader of PPLR in February. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. P.S. I already have an idea for the sweet extra that I promised everyone. Everyone can go to Weibo this weekend to take a look. Writer, Records of Cambrian. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1533. Lu Jin looked at her in shock and didn't react for a moment. Gu Nianji became even more uneasy. She couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with her. She shamelessly called him Daddy, just because he treated her a little better. She didn't even think about how he was a major shareholder of such a large corporation and had asked her to play games with him on a whim. How could she be so shameless? Gu Nianji blamed herself and couldn't help but blurt out, "Don't misunderstand. I had a good time with you today. I didn't mean to climb up the social ladder." Lu Jin's face darkened. Gu Nianji knew that she was making things worse. She panicked and her eyes turned red. Soon, tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Jin came back to his senses and touched his face. He realized that he was too nervous and had scared the child. He was at a loss. His brain, which had always been unparalleled in intelligence, was working quickly. His expression was slightly restrained as he said, "You have to be invested in playing games. What's the point of pretending? Who can't tell that you're treating people like idiots? You were very good just now. Why do I think you want to climb up the social ladder? You're thinking too much." After a pause, Lu Jin continued with a bitter smile, "To tell you the truth, although I have some money, I'm not very popular. I didn't have many friends since I was young, and I'm not as good at being a person as Lu Yuan. You see, I don't even show up for business. He's the one in charge because I offend people the moment I show up. How can I do business?" Doing business was all about harmony and making money. Lu Jin knew that his personality was indeed not suitable for being a smooth talker in the business world. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in disbelief. "No way. Mr. Lu, you're such a nice person. How can you not be popular?" He was very caring and considerate towards her. He could understand the meaning behind every word she said. It must be those people. Gu Nianji was indignant. "Mr. Lu, don't be angry. It's those people who have bad taste that you don't have friends. It's not your fault." Lu Jin's self-reproach was miraculously soothed by her. A smile of ecstasy appeared on his face. He looked at her with sparkling eyes, and even his ears perked up. His face was filled with eagerness for her to say more such nice things. Every pore on his body felt extremely comfortable, and his entire body was like a huge bubble that was about to soar into the sky. Gu Nianji felt her heart ache when she saw this. She thought she finally understood why Lu Jin was so nice to her, whom she had never met before. This person had a friendship thirst. It could be seen that he really did not have any friends. Therefore, whenever he met someone who wasn't prejudiced against him and could talk to him, he couldn't wait to dig out his heart. Gu Nianji was also this kind of person. Although she was more tactful and clever than Lu Jin, deep down, she was actually quite similar to Lu Jin's style of doing things. It was just that she had been trained by Hu Xiaoheng's side since she was young that all her unpleasant bad habits had been flattened. Gu Nianji pulled up Lu Jin's furry lion hand and said sincerely, "From now on, I'll be your friend. If you don't mind, I can be your best friend. I will not let others bully you, nor will I let them isolate you. If anyone says that you don't know how to behave, I'll teach him how to behave." At the end of her sentence, a hint of a murderous intent appeared on her pretty face. She was like a little kitten that had extended its claws to show that it was super fierce, baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. Lu Jin was so happy that he was about to be drunk. He didn't realize it and revealed his true colors. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good. With your help, I'm not afraid that I won't have any friends because I'm so smart." Gu Nianji, why did it sound like something was wrong? Smart enough to have no friends. Gu Nianji's bright and clear eyes narrowed unkindly. If Hu Xiaoheng was here, he would definitely be able to tell that Gu Nianji was on the verge of going berserk. Unfortunately, Lu Jin didn't know much about Gu Nianji. He still shrugged recklessly and said matter-of-factly, "I can't help it if I'm too smart." He had a proud expression on his face, as if he was a fish-lipped human and a scum like you don't deserve to be friends with me. Gu Nianji snorted and gritted her teeth. She really deserved a beating. If Lu Jin hadn't been so nice to her, she wouldn't have wanted to be friends with him. She had indeed been overthinking things. She put away her smile and took out the Ferrari car key from her backpack. She placed it in Lu Jin's furry lion hand and said coldly, "Mr. Lu, you must be joking. I can't take this car key. It's too expensive. Please keep it." Lu Jin sensed that Gu Nianji was angry, but he couldn't figure out what had made her angry. He felt guilty and his back was drenched in sweat. He looked at the car key that Gu Nianji had returned, then turned his head to look at her cold, unsmiling face. He said in a low voice, "Did I say something wrong to offend you?" If Lu Yuan were here to see Lu Jin's subservient appearance, he would probably fall into the river in fright. This man, who was not afraid of the heavens or the earth and had been hunted by the entire country for so many years, but had never bowed down, was actually trembling in fear in front of a little girl, and for the first time ever, he apologized. Gu Nianji wanted to be angry. She had thought that Lu Jin was the kind of lonely old man who yearned for friendship and wanted to help him protect him. But she had just realized that Lu Jin was actually an extremely strong-willed person. He had no friends, and it was his own doing. She raised her eyelids. She had wanted to stab him with a few words, but when she saw his nervous expression, he was like a completely different person from the man who had accidentally revealed his arrogant attitude just now. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't be angry at him at all. Because he had the right to look down on all living beings. Gu Nianji admitted that she was still a little sour. This made her feel like she was being stupid. Gu Nianji thought so and said casually, "You think it's funny to tease me like this? I'm so stupid that I don't deserve to be friends with Mr. Lu. I don't dare accept your gift." Lu Jin understood that the little girl was overthinking. Gu Nianji wasn't one of those fish-lipped humans. Lu Jin hugged his Lion King mask and spun around. He was a little crazy. How was he going to explain his indiscreet words just now? Stroking his lion tail with one hand, Lu Jin suddenly remembered. He took out his phone and moved closer to Gu Nianji as if he was trying to curry favor with her. He whispered, "I also wrote a small program that's better than Zhao Liang's. Didn't you want to register an account on social media, but you don't want anyone to discover your IP address? This small program allows you to hide your IP address no matter which website you register an account on." And as he spoke, he stole a glance at Gu Nianji's expression. Gu Nianji's little face tensed up for less than a minute before she was captivated by Lu Jin's small program. She tiptoed and almost touched Lu Jin's head. "Is it really that good? This program is really simple. Awesome, awesome. A heavy sword without an edge, a great skill without work. How did you write this program so well?" Gu Nianji looked at the small program in admiration. Her eyes were about to sparkle. Anyone who knew the industry knew that the better the program, the simpler it was. Any program that was ridiculously large had so many bugs in it that it could stage a Zerg empire. In the world of software, it was definitely simple. It's better. The simpler, the better, Lu Jin observed secretly and thought to himself, is she not angry anymore? He continued to encourage her and continued to show her, there's also a hidden function here. As long as you register an account, if someone checks your account's IP address, it will immediately send you a reminder. Ah! So amazing! So amazing! Is it for me? Gu Nianji clenched her fists excitedly. Such a good program was 100 times better than a Ferrari. Lu Jin nodded and said carefully, "It was specially written for you. Can you stop being angry now?" He sent the small program to Gu Nianji's phone. Gu Nianji put away the small program in satisfaction and teased, "What if I'm still angry?" Lu Jin said seriously, "Then I'll write another program for you. It's better than this." Gu Nianji's eyes curved and she smiled faintly. She shook Lu Jin's arm. "I was joking. Thank you, Mr. Liu. If I were as good as you, I would be even more arrogant than you." Actually, she was already arrogant enough, but she was still not as good as Lu Jin. Lu Jin saw that Gu Nianji didn't seem to be lying, so he nodded and said without hesitation, "You can do it too. You can do whatever you want. I'll get rid of whoever dares to say anything about you." "Ha! Mr. Liu, is that nice?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. "But it's illegal to get rid of others." "We can't do anything illegal." Lu Jin tugged at his sweaty Lion King suit and scoffed. "Do I need to break the law to get rid of people? You're underestimating your father." Gu Nianji, Lu Jin came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. His face couldn't help turning red. He was even more embarrassed than Gu Nianji had been. After thinking about it for a long time, he still used Gu Nianji's excuse. I was too immersed in my role." Gu Nianji looked at him fixedly for a while and burst out laughing. She reached out and gently brushed off a leaf. She said casually, "All right, one for each. It's a tie. Two drama queens acting on the same stage, it's so addictive." Lu Jin wanted to say something, but he felt a little guilty when he saw Gu Nianji's meaningful smile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his phone vibrated. Lu Jin quickly took it out and saw that it was Lu Yuan's call. He immediately swiped it open and picked it up. "What's the matter?" Lu Yuan's expression was very serious. He said, "Are you still at Disneyland?" Lu Jin grunted. "What's wrong? Hurry up and leave. Don't let anyone see you with Nianji." Lu Yuan warned him. "I just got news that Qin Jining ran away from the hospital. I know you don't like him, but he called He Jichu." Lu Jin. "You don't care about Qin Jining, but what about He Jichu? This kid is even smarter than a monkey. Don't let your guard down." Lu Jin subconsciously looked at Gu Nianji, who was having a great time playing with her phone. He happened to see her pale side profile. She was sweating a little, like a peeled lychee that had just been taken out of the snow. She was moist and tender from the inside out. She had an exquisite straight nose, and her long, thick eyelashes, which were like small fans, densely covered her big, bright eyes. Her pupils were so black that it made people dizzy when they looked at her. Her curvy lips were naturally curved into a smile. He couldn't get enough of it. How could he bear to leave her now? When Lu Yuan heard that he didn't say a word, he knew that he was acting up again. He quickly tried to persuade him, "If you can't bear it, you'll ruin the big plan. How many years have you waited? Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about Nianji. She's new here and doesn't have anything. Only you, only me, and He Jichu. Only these three people can sincerely do what's best for her. But if He Jichu finds out, do you believe that Nianji will be the one who'll have it the hardest?" It wasn't easy for her to leave the imperial capital and live her own life in peace. "Why are you in such a hurry? There's still a long way to go." Lu Yuan's "there's still a long way to go" rekindled Lu Jin's hope. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll leave right away, but you have to promise to do a few things for me." They're all related to her. Lu Yuan knew that he was talking about Gu Nianji. He slammed his hand on the table and scolded jokingly, "All right, when have I not helped you? Besides, Nianji is my family. How can I not help her?" Lu Jin spat. "Your family? Lu Yuan, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned." Lu Jin gritted his teeth as he hung up the phone in displeasure. Gu Nianji happened to look up and was a little confused. "Mr. Lu? Is that CEO Lu?" She happened to hear Lu Jin say, "Lu Yuan." Lu Jin said regretfully, "I have something to do at the company. I have to leave first. Take off your little Simba suit and give it to me." "Oh, okay." Gu Nianji quickly took off little Simba's little lion cartoon suit and put it in the bag from before handing it to Lu Jin. Lu Jin did not take off his Lion King suit. He put on the Lion King's headgear and opened his arms to Gu Nianji. He said in the Lion King's voice, "Simba, give Daddy a hug." Gu Nianji looked up at him, and a spark lit up in the depths of her eyes. She smiled slightly and walked over to hug Lu Jin, the Lion King. Lu Jin lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Don't tell anyone that you were with me today. Remember, we didn't meet today." As he spoke, he quickly turned around and left. He ran so fast, as if he was worried that if he slowed down, he wouldn't be able to bear to leave. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin's panicked back and frowned slightly. After a long time, her lips curled into a very faint smile. She didn't want to leave with Lu Yuan one after the other, so she sat in the small room for a while and went online on her phone. She hadn't gone online for a day, but she realized that the outside world had changed. Zhao Liang's program should have been written by now, because just this morning, a new account had appeared on Twitter and announced some of the important information that Dresden had brought out. It announced that the United States was monitoring internet users all over the world, especially the leaders of several Western countries. It had already caused a huge uproar in the Western world. The United States was in a mess from top to bottom, and the Department of Justice was in a panic to charge Dresden with treason. Dresden had already contacted Senator He of the Legislative Council in H City and hired him as his lawyer to respond to the U.S. Department of Justice's lawsuit. As a result, the news that Dresden was in H City of the Huaxia Empire spread like wildfire. All the powers gathered in H City, and the small H City once again showed the charm of the Pearl of the East. Gu Nianji looked at the storm she had stirred up and curled her lips. She flicked her phone and thought to herself, "This is just the beginning." Seeing that the sky outside was getting dark, she came out of the room. Disneyland was about to close, and the tourists were walking out in twos and threes. Gu Nianji walked alone in the unfamiliar crowd. Her expression was relaxed, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She gently wiped it with a tissue. Not long after, her phone vibrated. Gu Nianji took it out and saw that it was He Jichu's number. She quickly swiped it open and picked it up. She said cheerfully, "Young Master He, why is it you? Where are you?" She actually knew that he had come to H City, but she had to pretend that she didn't know. He Jichu had been very flustered ever since he received Qin Jining's call. He felt that this wasn't a coincidence. He had been worried that something would happen to Gu Nianji. It wasn't until he heard her voice on the other end of the phone that he let out a long sigh and said, "Where are you? Just stand there and don't move. Wait for me to come find you." Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and said half-jokingly, "Sure, but don't buy me oranges." He Jichu, this was today's big chapter, chapter 1522, actresses appear in pairs. There was no more at night. Moi, all the big shots, little angels. Chapter 1534. How dare they even make fun of him? He Jichu bared his white teeth. "You want me to buy you oranges?" I planted a grove of oranges. Do you want them? Gu Nianji giggled and looked like she was in a good mood. I'm just reminding you that I don't like oranges. He Jichu took out his phone and sent his location over. He said to Gu Nianji, receive. Gu Nianji pressed the receive button and He Jichu could see her location. Fortunately, she wasn't far from him. He Jichu went against the flow of the crowd at Disneyland and soon saw Gu Nianji. She was carrying a backpack and wearing a pair of huge sunglasses, a pair of black-rimmed sapphire blue juicy. Her black-rimmed sapphire juicy couture sports casual attire accentuated her beautiful figure. Gu Nianji turned to face He Jichu. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined her soul-stirring curves. She turned back to look at him and smiled lazily. She pushed her sunglasses up on top of her head, and her jade-like eyes were filled with a warm smile. Her curvy lips curved upwards in a joyful smile. He Jichu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he slowly swallowed the restlessness and passion in his heart. He strode over with his long legs. Nianji. His voice was slightly excited as he walked over and hugged her in his arms, as if he was hugging a treasure that had been lost and regained. Gu Nianji pressed against his chest and heard his heart beating much faster than usual. She couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Did you run to buy oranges? Naughty again. He Jichu held the back of her neck with one hand and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. Gu Nianji was shocked. She quickly tilted her head and avoided it. He Jichu's kiss landed on her cheek. His lips were hot and trembling, and his arms held her tightly with a strength that was different from before. A strong smell of alcohol assaulted his nostrils. Young Master He, what are you doing? Did you drink? Gu Nianji was shocked and angry, but she couldn't move her head. He Jichu's strength was no less than Hua Xiaoheng's. Just now, he had only held the back of her neck and hadn't used much force, so Gu Nianji had used force to avoid his kiss. I drank a little, He Jichu said vaguely. His hand instinctively tightened, and Gu Nianji could no longer move. He Jichu lowered his head and was very close to her face. He was so close that she could feel his cold breath on her lips. He looked at her without saying a word. His eyes were burning with a heat she had never seen before. It was like the boiling magma at the foot of a volcano could no longer be hidden and was looking for an opening to erupt. He just looked at her, getting closer and closer to her. Gu Nianji's eyes widened, and a myriad of emotions flowed through her clear black and white eyes. From surprise to anger, from anger to panic, from certainty to trembling, there was none of the emotions he wanted, excitement and joy. He Jichu's cold and thin lips paused in front of her plump, curvy lips. It was only a hair's breadth away from leaving his mark. Close your eyes. He Jichu realized he couldn't continue the kiss in front of the large eyes that were glaring at him. No. Gu Nianji refused. Young Master He, don't be like this. You said you wouldn't force me. She didn't know what she had done to provoke him. He Jichu pressed his lips against her cheek and felt her silky smooth skin. He said in her ear. What if I insist on forcing myself? The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitched. She was nervous and afraid, but she tried her best to act as if nothing had happened. She said, Young Master He, calm down. I've always treated you as my brother. He Jichu closed his eyes. He could feel that the body he was hugging didn't have any warmth or feelings for him. He didn't know how long he would have to wait for her to fall in love with him. He Jichu slowly let go of Gu Nianji and raised his head. He gently stroked her long hair, and his voice became cold again. I'm not your brother, and don't treat me as your brother. But when you were over there, you promised to be my brother. Gu Nianji broke free from his shackles and quickly distanced herself from him. Are you going back on your word? He Jichu took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. Was he being too hasty again? The past few days of life and death had made him a little impatient. He was worried that he wouldn't have time to wait for her to fall in love with him. What would he do if she treated him as her brother forever? He Ji-chu looked up at her. His almond-shaped eyes were filled with deep affection, but she looked away and turned to look in the direction of the door. She said, "It's about to close. I want to go back." He Ji-chu walked over and held her hand. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel. I can walk by myself." Gu Nianji pulled her hand away and frowned. Her good mood for the day had been ruined. She was very unhappy. He Ji-chu looked at her for a while and finally gave in again. He raised his hands. "All right, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I drank too much today." Gu Nianji had long smelled the alcohol on him. She fanned herself in front of her and said unhappily, "You're showing your true colors when you're drunk, aren't you? If you continue to be like this, I'll cut off all ties with you." When Qin Jining called me, I was having dinner with a friend and had a little drink. He Ji-chu was actually having a celebratory drink with the members of his team. Yesterday's mission had been successfully completed, and they hadn't revealed any flaws. The CIA's office in H City was in a mess. The 4 dead henchmen had become a hot potato. If they called the police would search their office because these people had died at the entrance of their office. If they didn't call the police, the corpses of these people had been photographed and posted on Twitter by someone with ulterior motives. In this era of self-media, the foreign media couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute even if they wanted to. Everyone was happy and gathered together to drink and blow. It was easy to get drunk with white, red, and beer. He Ji-chu's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but he was drunk. When he saw Gu Nianji, he wanted to get drunk and never wake up. It was a pity that the flowing water was affectionate, but the falling flowers were heartless. He still had a long way to go in love. The most important thing now was to coax this angry little girl back. Otherwise, if she really thought he was buying oranges, he wouldn't be able to make up for it no matter how much blood he spat out. "All right, I was wrong. I won't do this again." He Ji-chu took a few steps closer to her and stopped in a safe distance. "This place is about to close. Let's go." Gu Nianji saw that his eyes were gradually clearing up and not like a wolf like before. She nodded. "Young Master you're on a mission, right? You can't drink now." Hu Xiaoheng and the others were strictly prohibited from drinking when they were on a mission. He Ji-chu glanced at her sideways. "You knew I was on a mission." Gu Nianji didn't play dumb with him anymore. She said seriously, "I saw you outside the window last night, and those gunmen." He Ji-chu's heart tightened. He walked over and held her hand. He said in a low voice, "Don't talk about this again. If someone finds out, even I won't be able to save you." It was that serious. Gu Nianji glanced at him and nodded. "I know. If you weren't acting strangely today, I wouldn't have said it. Do you think I've lived with Major General Hua for so many years? They're much better at keeping secrets than you guys are." He Ji-chu smiled bitterly and pointed at his chest. "You really know how to stab me here." Gu Nianji shrugged. "I'll get used to it." Seeing her indifferent expression, He Ji-chu was angry and amused at the same time, but there was nothing he could do about her. She was spoiled rotten by him. She knew that in front of him, no matter what treasonous words she said or did, he wouldn't bear to lay a finger on her. Without allowing Gu Nianji to continue struggling, He Ji-chu almost dragged her out of Disneyland. Qin Jining parked the car outside and welcomed them out. He Ji-chu opened the car door and stuffed Gu Nianji into the back seat. He got in as well. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Qin Jining in the driver's seat. She chuckled. "So it's young Master Qin. What's wrong? Aren't you secretly protecting me?" Are you secretly protecting me? Qin Jining started the car and said calmly, I fell into someone's trap this morning and was lured away. Nianji, was anyone looking for you at Disneyland today? He had also contacted the other field agents who were in charge of secretly protecting Gu Nianji and found that they had all lost track of Gu Nianji today. The person they were following wasn't Gu Nianji, even though the three girls were similar in size to her. With such an organized effort to confuse them, someone must have wanted to make a move on Gu Nianji. They had thought that there would be big trouble, but Gu Nianji appeared in front of them unscathed, which puzzled them. Gu Nianji thought of Lu Jin's words and her heart skipped a beat. She didn't show it on her face and said calmly, Are you talking about hitting on me? There were indeed a few men hitting on me. But you know, I have high standards and don't like those lascivious men. I chased them away. Qin Jining, he looked at Gu Nianji in the rearview mirror. It's good that you're fine. When are you going back to Sea City? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and leaned against the back seat. She scoffed. Why should I tell you? It's very dangerous here. You can't stay here anymore. Qin Jining was very serious. I'll explain the situation to General He. Gu Nianji leaned forward and gently knocked on Qin Jining's driver's seat. She said bluntly, Mr. Qin, listen up. You're only my bodyguard at most. And a bodyguard has no right to interfere with the freedom of movement of the person under his protection. What I want to do is none of your business. If you can't protect me, you can get lost. You. Qin Jining was so angry at her that his teeth itched. What the hell are you doing? It's none of your business either. Gu Nianji raised her chin. Your job is to protect me. If you can't do your job well, then it's your dereliction of duty. You can leave immediately. Seeing Gu Nianji insult people, as long as the target wasn't herself, usually made people happy. He Jichu stretched his long legs, and a faint smile appeared in his cold eyes. He looked at Gu Nianji and said calmly, Your brother Little Ning's words do make sense. H City has been in chaos recently, so it's better for you to go back. Gu Nianji scoffed and thought to herself, they still don't know why H City is in such a mess, do they? If it weren't for her idea to have Dresden release some of the information on Twitter and find Senator He to be his lawyer, how could H City have become the target of public criticism? Of course she didn't want to stay, but how embarrassing would it be for her to leave just because Qin Jining told her to? Gu Nianji raised her hand and looked at the lines on her palm under the setting sun. She said aloofly, I can leave whenever I want. It's none of your business. Qin Jining was so angry that he honked the car horn desperately. Why are you so disobedient? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and was about to retort when He Jichu quickly stopped her. All right. Your brother Little Ning has good intentions. Don't deliberately go against him. I have to deliberately go against him. Aren't you thinking too highly of him? Gu Nianji snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. She lowered her head and took out her phone. She began to choose a time for her flight ticket to leave. She hadn't expected H City to suddenly become a hot spot. Even plane tickets were in high demand. Although she had a return ticket, she couldn't book a seat because she had changed it. After searching through her phone for a long time, she finally chose a flight in 3 days and booked a seat, but didn't reveal a single word. He Jichu had a mission, so he couldn't go overboard. He sent Gu Nianji to the Four Seasons Hotel and reminded her, don't be too willful when you're out. Just because you're fine this time doesn't mean you'll be so lucky in the future. Be good. I'll accompany you when we get back, okay? He looked at Gu Nianji almost pleadingly. Gu Nianji could ignore Qin Jining, but she had to give He Jichu face. Okay, I've already signed a return ticket. Gu Nianji thought about it and decided to tell them so they wouldn't worry. He Jichu and Qin Jining breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this little girl wasn't stubborn to the point of being immature. After sending Gu Nianji back to the hotel, He Zichu disappeared into the crowd again. Qin Jining was still in hiding and secretly protected Gu Nianji with a few other field agents. In Lu Yuan and Lu Jin's presidential suite, they had been closely monitoring the movement in front of the main door. Seeing that Gu Nianji had finally been sent back by He Zichu and Qin Jining, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan put away the surveillance equipment and said, "You can rest assured. You have to hurry back to Sea City on the plane tonight." Lu Jin nodded. "Remember to remind Nianji to go back early." "Don't worry." Lu Yuan packed Lu Jin's suitcase. "I'll take you to the airport." Lu Jin put on his sunglasses and walked out of the room with him. He said, "Don't forget what you promised me." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. "Do you have to do that? Why did you buy the residential area in the south of the city? Our analysts have already analyzed that place. The value-added potential there isn't much. Don't worry about that. Remember to get your subordinates to negotiate." Lu Jin curled his lips. "I'll wait for your triumphant return in Sea City." Lu Jin flew back to Sea City. Lu Yuan stayed in H City and closely monitored the progress of the Dresden incident. At the same time, the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council in the imperial capital was holding a secret meeting. He Qingjian informed the 4 generals of their operation in H City and said happily, "This operation went smoothly. Not only did it give the CIA a show of strength, but it also showed the Soviet Union our determination and strength. They've increased their bargaining chips to cooperate with us." Why is the Soviet Union so interested in Dresden? General A was puzzled. Does General He know why? We're not sure about that. He Qingjian shook his head. But this doesn't stop us from cooperating with them. Moreover, Dresden fell into our hands first. Our people have already gotten all the information from him. Lawyer He, a member of the Legislative Council in H City, was now Dresden's lawyer. He listened to Lawyer He's every word and had already divulged a lot of information. Lawyer He was a member of the He family and also served the imperial government. He had already transferred all the information to the imperial capital. That's good. General B thought carefully. We still can't fight the United States head-on. Even without the Soviet Union's interference, we can't keep Dresden here. Yes, that's why I agreed to cooperate with the Soviet Union and let Dresden take refuge in the Soviet Union. He Qingjian turned on his computer and connected it to the big screen in the conference room. He was all smiles. In order to show their sincerity, the Soviet Union sent an action team represented by the head of the KGB's Far East Bureau. With a click, a seductive photo of a beautiful Chinese woman appeared on the big screen. She was gorgeous and tall, with long wavy hair. The ends of her hair were dyed burgundy, making her skin look especially fair and delicate. Her figure was so bumpy that it was against the rules. This is Linda, known as the Flower of the Far East, of the KGB. She's an old rival of our intelligence department. He Qingjian clicked on the woman's information with the mouse. The Flower of the Far East, Linda, is called Xiaoyi in Chinese. She's fought with us for so many years, and both sides have won and lost. You're all familiar with her, right? There was a burst of laughter in the conference room. How could they not be familiar with her? They'd fought for many years. She's the only one in charge of the support work. General B frowned. Is this the Soviet Union's greatest sincerity? Although Linda was powerful, her position in the KGB wasn't very high. At least, she couldn't make the decision in the Far East Bureau. Of course she's not alone. He Qingjian clicked the mouse lightly and his expression became serious. In addition to her, the Soviet Union has also sent the most important figure in the KGB's Far East Bureau. It's the ace of the Far East, who has fought with us for so many years and has never lost, nor has he ever revealed his true face, Peter. On the big screen, Linda's beautiful photo faded away and was replaced by a photo of an Oriental Chinese man. His deep eyes looked coldly at the people in the conference room. His face was so handsome that it made people feel suffocated. Everyone was stunned for a moment. He Qingjian pursed his lips and clicked on his information. The KGB's ace of the Far East, Peter. His Chinese name is Hu Xiaoheng. This was today's chapter, chapter 1523, The Ace of the Far East. There was no more at night. P.S. Thank you, Flying Blue Emperor Phoenix, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. The sweet foreign theater on Weibo has been updated. Everyone can go take a look and remember to like it. Weibo account, Writers Cambrian. P.S. The Far East was a geographical term in international relations. A few centuries ago, when Europe was the dominant force, they regarded themselves as the center of the world, the East. Those close to them were the Near East, those far away from them were the Far East, and in between the two was the Middle East. Everyone knows where the Middle East is, right? The Far East was also a geographical term like the Middle East. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.